Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of Full Council. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and the recording will be made available on the Council's website for public listening. Could I remind councillors to follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you are not addressing the meeting, writing S in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute rather than raising your hand. If you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Those in the room without access to Microsoft Teams chat, if you wish to speak, please catch the attention of Nick Evans, who will enter you into the chat. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting so we can keep a track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. Members may notice that when calling members to speak, I will refer to them formally using their title, for example, Councillor Jones, so that it is clear who are councillors and who, by process of elimination, are officers. I'd like to remind members of the steps when considering motions and amendments which are substantive in nature, and as previously stated, this will make proceedings easier to manage and clearer for everybody, including the public. As you might recall, the pre-election period guidance was emailed to you all on the 12th of February 2026 and again on the 5th of March 2026 with further advice. As mentioned in the emails, the guidance is there to ensure that the Council operates in a politically neutral way in the run-up to the election. The pre-election period began on Monday the 16th of March for our Council and ends on Friday the 8th of May 2026. In terms of the guidance, I would highlight the following, and I do see you, Councillor Dorward, and I'll come to you in a second once I've finished this part. So, I will highlight the following, which is, councils are prohibited by Section 2 of the Local Government Act 1986 from publishing any material which appears to be designed to affect public support for a political party. Publicity is defined very widely and includes any communication in whatever form addressed to the public at large or to a section of the public. Worth highlighting is that publicity also includes the live streaming of meetings online, and these obligations apply all year round but are particularly sensitive during a pre-election period. So please bear this in mind in today's meeting. Following on from that, I can advise that we received 11 motions for today's meeting, but due to pre-election period restrictions, we could only take forward 5 at this council meeting today. The other motions will be taken forward to the next full council on the 25th of June 2026. Following the publication of the agenda and after further research, it has become clear that item 15, Notice of Motion Travel Connectivity, has formed part of a candidate's campaign, and therefore, following governance advice, I intend on dealing with this item last on the agenda. Furthermore, we will stop the live streaming at that point to allow members to fully consider and discuss the motion. I would also like to take this opportunity to remind colleagues that following the budget decision made at the meeting of the 26th of February, our Council will be moving to paperless committee meetings from the 1st of April. Those members who have a specific requirement for paper copies will be accommodated, and you should advise our governance colleagues in advance of the 1st of April. Training sessions have been offered to any member requiring assistance or refresher training to access papers via their device. And again, please contact governance if you require that. Further guidance and best practice advice will also be circulated to members shortly. So I'm going to pause there because Councillor Dorward, you were looking to come in, and I'm assuming it's on that first part. So in order to keep things together, I'll bring you in at this point.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, members. Thank you very much for reminding us of we're in a pre-election period and for the preamble. And from that, I would suggest that we actually pay attention to that. And I think in relation to agenda item 9, proposed bank holiday to mark Scotland's participation in men's football World Cup finals, I've got a point of order, standing orders 10.1.1 to 10.1.3, and I would ask, why is this overtly political issue come to full council at a time when we have put pre-election period guidance in place which seeks to ensure that, quote, as a council we operate in a politically neutral way? It's not a politically neutral, I would argue, paper, because it was announced by the SNP at their conference this would be happening. It's an SNP issue, so it's not politically neutral from our perspective. And what it says is, in the preamble, pre-election preamble, prohibition of political publicity. Local authorities will publish or arrange for the publication of any material which in whole or in part appears to be designated to affect public support for any political party, which I would suggest that does. I would argue we're doing this. First Minister John Swinney proposed a bank holiday on the 5th of January, and it was confirmed by His Majesty King Charles III on the 5th of February.
Councillor Dorward,
yes.
Without going
Convener.
into the preamble in reference to the political nature of this, what I'm proposing to do is we can certainly move that item, we can switch off the live streaming, and then we can have that full debate at that time. And I take on board the comments on that one. It's on the agenda today because we have to make a decision in terms of the opportunity if we want to take a bank holiday, and that needs to be discussed as per full council. It wouldn't be appropriate for officers to make that decision, which is why it's a full council today. So rather than getting into the debate on that right now, my proposal is that we will move that to the end of the items, which we've already discussed. So we will not be live streaming, but it will be allowing that full and frank debate and staying within the pre-election guidance.
May I come back, Convener? I accept that. I appreciate that, but I'm wondering why that wasn't done already by the proper officer and yourself as Convener, because actually what you're doing is you're actually agreeing with what I'm saying. So whilst I don't have a problem with that, I think that's right and proper. Same with item 15. I think we should have been doing that already. So that's where we've kind of missed out. And I shouldn't have to raise it. It should have been already identified and addressed and managed in the same way as agenda item 15. Thank you.
So I take on board those comments, and certainly, as I say, we can discuss that later. My advice given was that we could discuss this, but if there's any doubt, and making note of the comments that the fact that a political party has been mentioned several times in your comments, that's why I'm happy to move that to stopping the live streaming, and we'll move that to later on in the agenda as well. But in terms of why the agenda has been published as such, I've taken full advice from governance. I'll maybe turn to governance on that one so you can get reassurance as well. But I'm content with the published agenda as is. So I'm not going to take any more items on this one. If it's relating to this item, we will discuss it in full at the appropriate point. But I do see a couple of hands coming up. I've got various other announcements to make it before we even start the meeting. But before I do that, I will come to Vlad for governance.
Yes, thank you. As the conveners relayed to members, this item we have to bring to members in terms of a decision-making process, but we fully recognise the potential for that to have a kind of political issues raised within it, and therefore the tactic and the discussion that we had is simply that if that is raised, then obviously we would look to stop the streaming, because the legalities is about publicising it, and therefore we would look to address it in that way, in the same way as item 15 thereafter. So more than happy for any item within the agenda today. If members feel that it can become political, then we can by all means stop the streaming at that point and allow for full member discussion around it, and that would allow for obviously that full and frank discussion between members on any of the points, rather than scuffling that debate for members.
Thank you, Vlad. And what I would just add on top of that is, and it is reiterating what Governance has advised me, is there's a number of items on the agenda which has the potential to stray into political discussion. And as such, if we do that on any item, then we would be looking to pause the live streaming to ensure that we remain as part of the guidance. So I'm content with the process going forward, and that's why I've proposed it as such. A couple of other hands have come up, so if it's in relation to this specific item, I wouldn't take you right now, but Councillor Hislop, you've indicated it's not in relation, and I've got Councillor Dryburgh online as well.
Chair.
It's not on this.
Okay, I'll come to yourself, Councillor Dryburgh. Apologies, you're on the list, and I understand that Councillor Stevenson has withdrawn. Councillor Dryburgh.
Okay. And what I talk about, Angela, agenda item 13, which is the written decision of Standards Commission panel. I'm a bit concerned that GDPR may be, if we don't go into session without the public being able to watch it, there may be some issues with that. So I would like to see that one go into private discussion. I'm not happy about item 15 being taken out, because obviously one of the candidates had taken our motion and used it for his political agenda.
So members, I will just ask everybody to be very mindful of their languages going forward. When we get to item 13, it's a report to consider, and we can take that. I would advise that none of the items would be going into private session. They would simply, that the live stream would be stopped, because it's the live streaming that's considered the promotion. So I'm not proposing that anything is taken in private, and following the election, the full meeting would be available for any member of the public and anybody to view in full. So just to clarify, there's no suggestion that we take any of these in private, because we want to be as open and have that frank discussion. But certainly in terms of item 13, I don't see that there's an issue in terms of GDPR. However, I will seek the confirmation from Governance before we get to that item to offer that assurance, Councillor Dryburgh. Councillor Hislop, you were looking to come in.
Chair, in light of the fact that you've admitted yourself there is 2 or 3 other ones that might be political, would it not be better just to record the meeting and then publish it after the 8th of May, and therefore there is no option that we could be breaching the rules?
So again, I'll just confirm that option was looked at as a potential option. We have looked at benchmarking across all 32 local authorities. There is only one local authority that has taken that option forward. We deemed that, and I deemed as convener, to keep the meeting open and transparent. However, I do have, and I have checked with the team who are doing our tech this morning, if we do stray into that realm, we cut the live feed. But I'll maybe turn to Vlad as governance advice in terms of where we are in terms of the whole live streaming of the meeting.
Thank you, Convener, and it's a very valid question in terms of that practicality of it. I think the main point and principle is one of trying to be transparent with those that have, for example, logged on to watch the live stream, and obviously are used to that, and therefore our aim from a governance perspective was simply to allow for as much of that to be streamed, and for those that are able to watch it online to be able to watch it online in the way that we've made that open, certainly since COVID. But I recognise the risks around quite a few of the items, and I'm in essence the conveners and members' hands on that one, because that is an option to potentially stop the live stream. It simply gets recorded and it'll be published after the election. It would just allow for full and frank discussion to happen throughout all the items without having to go in and out of streaming, which might cause a wee bit of practical issues. But I'm in your hands on that one.
Thank you, Vlad. So, members, I'm content that we continue as is. However, if there is a will within the majority of councillors that we pause the live streaming, then I am not wedded to that. I'm quite content that we can pause that to allow, and that has the consistency across the meeting, but it does mean that you're proposing that we cut that live stream from item 1. I do have Councillor Marshall, your hand is up, so I'll maybe come to you as a final point before we continue with the meeting in terms of my opening remarks. But Councillor Marshall, do you have a proposal, or can I help you?
Yeah, it was just to seek clarification, because I kind of agree with, not public screening of some of the items on the agenda. But I'm just wondering, will we not also, after the meeting, the decisions taken, so for example, like item 9, the decision taken will obviously, some of that will be publicised in the pre-election period. So I'm just wondering whether or not, I know that the time constraints with that, but it might be that motion has, or that item and similar items would have to be taken at a separate meeting, but prior to the well, with regards to this one, prior to June. So it'd be sometime in May that we would take a decision on the bank holiday, because whatever the outcome, that will get out, and that will be no doubt the council will have to publicise whether or not we've agreed to a public bank holiday. So I'm just seeking clarity on that.
So just to confirm that our communications team are fully aware of the pre-election guidance, as following best practice across other local authorities and organisations, quotes that would normally go out from individual chairs and vice chairs or the convener may well be put into a spokesperson from council to ensure that there is no bias toward any particular member or political party on that one. But I can offer assurance that I have spoken with the team in terms of the communication to ensure that any communication goes out remains politically neutral. I think it's important to say that there's nothing in the pre-election guidance that says we cannot make decisions, we cannot carry on with business as appropriate, and all the items on the agenda today are for decisions and business as usual, but we have to have in mind the pre-election period that we're in, and therefore these are all the steps that we've taken to ensure that we comply with the legislation. But I'm happy to give my assurance that I've had those discussions as convener with the communications team, with governance, to ensure that we're fully compliant on that. I hope that offers everybody some reassurance on the way forward. Thank you, members. So turning back to the announcements at the start of the meeting today, the first one is sad news, and it is with great sadness that we learned of the recent passing of former Dumfries and Galloway councillor and Provost Kenny Cameron, OBE. Ken was best known for his dedication as an independent councillor, returned to office by voters 5 times, making him one of the longest-serving councillors in Scotland, having served the people of Dumfries and Galloway for a mammoth 42 years, which included 3 spells as provost before retiring in 2007. He served on many committees over the year, including chairman of the police committee, and represented the region at events in the UK and abroad. He was an honorary president of the Dumfries Good Neighbours. He served on Locher Briggs Heath Hall Community Councils, was the chairman of Children's First Dumfries Action Group for 20 years, and the first chairman of Locher Briggs Community Centre, amongst many other achievements and community service. So I would like to pass on behalf of the council, our heartfelt condolences to his family during this difficult and sad time. Now, again, before we move further to the published agenda, there is some excellent achievements that I think it's important that we celebrate. Firstly, we were delighted to hear that Emma Curry, Facilities Assistant at Carden Bridge Primary School, was selected to attend a prestigious reception hosted by His Majesty the King recently, recognising local government workers who make an exceptional contribution to their communities. Emma's nomination reflects her dedication to the well-being of young people in memory of Emma Ross, a pupil at Heath Hall Primary School who passed away following a cardiac arrest 10 years ago. Emma has raised a staggering £33,000, enabling the installation of defibrillators in all 23 primary schools across Dumfries. And I think we can all congratulate Emma and thank her for the difference she makes to our school communities. Secondly, Kirkcudbright Academy is the latest school to be awarded gold by UNICEF's UK Rights Respecting Schools programme for schools which embed children's rights in everyday practice. Fewer than 650 schools across the UK currently hold gold status, making this a significant achievement and reflects years of work to ensure that children's rights are understood, respected and lived throughout the school. This has strengthened a culture built on fairness, equality and respect. Pupils told assessors they feel listened to, valued and able to influence positive change within the school. So a huge well done to everyone involved with that. Congratulations to Dumfries High School S4 pupil Leah, who has won first prize in Scotland's Sentencing Council essay competition. Her essay answered the question, is sentencing in Scotland fair? And she was presented with a certificate and £100 by the Lord Justice Clerk, Lord Becketland, who said, Leah's well-written essay was intelligent and socially aware, looking at sentencing, which considered issues such as prison capacity, perceptions of leniency in sentencing and geographical inconsistencies in rehabilitative programmes. The thought and effort put into writing the article was clear. And this is a fantastic achievement and a real honour for Leah and her school. So again, well done to her personally. Up next is a local lip reading group run through the Council's Lifelong Learning Service, which has earned national recognition at a Scottish Parliament Awards ceremony for its positive impact on the learners' confidence, communication skills and overall well-being. Developed following the long-standing success of the Council's British Sign Language classes, the group was created to support people who needed additional help communicating in everyday situations. The sessions teach practical lip-reading skills alongside the theory of communication, offering strategies for navigating busy or challenging environments while also helping learners build confidence, reduce isolation and feel more at ease in conversations. So again, another huge congratulations to everyone involved. So I think we can all agree that there's always lots of outstanding individuals, communities, schools across our regions, and these help showcase our wonderful region. And now, if members are content, we will move on to the main items of the business today. So item number 1 is our Sederin and apologies. So Vlad, for the purposes of the minute, can you please provide a Sederin and any apologies received for this meeting?
Thank you, Convener, and morning members. I can confirm we have 40 members present in total, 25 present in person here at Council HQ, 15 present on Microsoft Teams, and we have no apologies, and not present at the start of the meeting is Councillor Dougie Campbell and Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much. Item 2 is declarations of interest. Do any members have a declaration of interest or statement of connection they wish to make? I've got Councillor Ingalls first of all online, and I'll come to Councillor Dempster. Councillor Ingalls.
Thanks, Convener. It's just an apology from Councillor Hill.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Dempster, please.
Thank you, Convener. A declaration of interest in agenda item 16, which deals with pre-purchase layers. I pre-purchased a layer in Sanker Cemetery a couple of years ago, therefore I have a personal interest in the outcome of this. Although no financial, it's still sufficient. I should declare an interest and leave the meeting. And in agenda item 17, I have a statement of connection. I feature a number of the minutes of Sanker Community Council during the time Sanker Monument, the Cameron Monument, was being moved. I supported the organisation, as you would expect me to do, communicating with agencies that are responsible for road and infrastructure. Therefore, although no personal connection, I will remain, but I have been involved in communication on behalf of Sanker Community Council during the time the Sanker Monument was moved.
Thank you, Councillor Dempster. Councillor Bell, I've got you next, please.
Thanks, Chair. Obviously, item 13, my name was mentioned in the Standards Commission report. I did give a minor statement to the Standards Commission, just to let you know. That's it. I won't be leaving the meeting. I'm not connected.
Thank you for that. Councillor McFarlane, please.
Thank you, Convener, morning members. Statement of connection in relation to item number 11 as a member of the NHS board.
Thank you. And Councillor Malcolm Johnston, please.
Thanks, Convener. It's item 18 as a supplier to the school meals. I've got to declare an interest, but given that the report, the motion is just asking for a report to come back, I don't think I would need to leave the meeting. There's no decision that's going to be taken that would be impacted.
So can I just confirm, is it a statement of connection rather than an interest? Statement of connection. Thank you. Councillor Dorward, you're next, please.
Thank you, Convener. As with Councillor McFarlane, statement of connection, I'm a voting member of the IGB. Thank you. In relation to agenda item 11.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maureen Johnson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a connection with the IGB board. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Curry?
Sorry. It's just to note that I'm still employed with NHS Dumfries and Galloway in and around number 11.
So are you declaring an interest or are you making a statement of connection?
Making a statement of connection.
Thank you. Councillor Jordan, please. Councillor Jordan, are you able to come in? I'll move to Councillor Brodie and I'll come back to you, Councillor Jordan.
Statement of correction, voting member of IGB. Okay.
Thank you for that. Councillor Jordan, are you able to come in now? No, we're not seeing you. If you want to maybe type in the chat, I know we wouldn't normally.
Sorry, Chair, if I can come in. She put a thumb up to be a member of the IGB, the statement of connection.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Dryburgh. And Councillor Carruthers, please. Ian Carruthers.
Statement of connection, integrated joint board. Thank you, item 11.
Thank you. I think we've got everybody there. So if there's nobody else, thank you everyone for those. So we will move on to item 3, which is the minute of the meeting from the 11th of December 2025. Can we approve this minute? Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Convener. I was trying to type and speak, please, but didn't have enough time. Basically, in relation to the minute, no issues with the majority of it, but just again, a point of order referencing Standing Order 10.1.2. Can I draw attention to the fact that under agenda item 11 of the minute, there is shaping review evaluation report by Chief Executive. 11.5 on page 20, it says, agreed that Chief Officer restructure has not achieved intended outcomes, and further agreed that a meeting of full council to be convened to determine the way forward, to ensure this council is fit for purpose and delivers effectively for the residents of Dumfries and Galloway. The agenda would be set following a meeting between group leaders, deputy leaders and business managers. So can I respectfully ask as to why this date hasn't been set? It might just be my naivety in terms of council business or council systems and processes, but I assumed that this would be set by the convener, by yourself as convener, the date for this meeting between all councillors. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. So my understanding, it was for group leaders to take forward as written within the motion. There wasn't a role necessarily for myself as convener. I think it was very clear during the debate that it wasn't for officers to be leading or organising that, because members were very clear that they wanted to be in charge of that. So I would defer back to group leaders on that one as written within the minute there. So there wasn't an agreement for the convener to organise that meeting, but I will maybe just turn to governance just to confirm the protocol within that one. But Vlad, are you able to offer some clarity, please?
Thank you, convener. As we understood, the convener didn't have a role as such within that, and certainly as the conveners relayed, it was very clear in the discussions that officers didn't have a role within that either. So my understanding was that it was for the group leaders to arrange.
Do you want to come back on that one?
Yeah, thanks, convener. You know, I think sometimes these things are quite opaque in terms of how it's taken forward, but can I respectfully request that a date is set with group leaders at the next group leaders meeting? Thank you very much, because it needs to be progressed fairly quickly.
I'll bring the leader next, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and I'm glad you've raised that, because it was unclear the mechanism by which this would happen. So I think that's appropriate. And I think at the next, I think there's a leaders panel due in May anyway. So I think we can, have a discussion before that even, and maybe just see if we can get that on an appropriate agenda.
Councillor Carruthers, so you wanted to come in on that one?
I appreciate you letting me in, convener. Just it was on a particular point. Just obviously I wasn't there, but I was listening. I've listened back, trying to catch up on different things. But my understanding or my interpretation would be going back to what you've already outlined. Okay, that's for group leaders, business managers. I think it's such like to organise. But if we go to the leaders panel, that involves officers, and that wasn't to be the case. So I just wondered if there's another mechanism that might be approached other than that one. Thank you.
I'll just bring the Chief Exec in on that one.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Carruthers. It was my understanding that there would be separate conversations involving group leaders, deputy leaders and business managers to take forward those discussions, and the leaders panel includes only group leaders. If there is to be a discussion at leaders panel involving just group leaders, if that's members' preference, then officers will excuse themselves. Thank you.
I'll just, before I bring other members in, just to confirm, as a business manager for my grouping, I think, and I'll maybe just check with the leader, but my understanding was that a date would be agreed at the next leaders panel, not to be at discussion at the leaders panel. But I'm seeing nods. Is that? I'll just confirm with leader if that's what was required.
Yes, so I'm trying to follow what's written there, and the leaders panel in and of itself wouldn't be sufficient. I think it's more appropriate that members, as described there, meet. But at the leaders panel, we can have that conversation to see when suits all the groups.
And I'm seeing nods from everyone. So we'll get a date agreed in order to take that forward, and we'll mark that down as our first action from full council today. So thank you, members. So with those points of clarity, are we content to agree the minute of the meeting from the 11th of December? Yes, thank you, members. Item 4 is the minute of the meeting of our joint meeting of full council and youth council on the 19th of February 2026. And can we approve the minutes of this meeting? Agreed? Thank you, members. The next one is item 5, and that's the minute of the meeting of the 26th of February 2026. And can we approve the minutes of this meeting? Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks, convener, for allowing me to come and speak. Clearly I wasn't at that meeting. But what I have picked up on another elected member brought to my attention, not in the meeting at the moment. But see, you look at page 39, Senate Apologies, paragraph 1. So it starts off, the convener on behalf of the council expressed condolences and went on. But my understanding there might have been words expressed beyond that from yourself in regards to matters that happened at the Mercure Hotel. Just for clarity in regards to that, and if that was the case, should they be, or will they be included in the minute? And was it as convener, or was it a personal comment you made at that point?
So in terms of the statement that I made at the start of full council, what I would clarify, and again I would check with governance, the statements that are made at the start of full council are not normally captured as in the minutes because they're not for decision making, they are statements. In terms of the statement that I made at full council, that was based on a number of notices of motions that have come before expressing our support for those seeking asylum and refugee status across the council. So the basis of my statement was made on the basis of what is council position going forward and what is agreed council position. We've not had any notices of motion to change any of those, and I'm happy to share the list of notices of motions of which full council have agreed that my statement was based, and I'm happy to circulate that following the meeting today. Is there a further point you wish to make?
Yep, no, just so that, but I think you made it clear though, just for absolute clarity, that was on behalf of the council you made those comments.
It was as council convener based on council policy, yes. Okay, thank you. So are we content to agree the minutes of the 26th of February? Yes, thank you, members. Item 6 is the Treasury Management Strategy for 26-27, and this report is by the Chief Financial Officer. Members, this report provides members with the Council's updated Treasury Management Strategy for the upcoming financial year, including the prudential indicators supporting the Council's agreed capital investment strategy. Paul Garrett, our Chief Finance Officer, and Karen Donaldson, Treasury and Capital Manager, are here to assist members with any questions on the report. And I'll just turn to Paul, first of all, to ask if there's anything you'd like to add.
Thanks, Convener. Yes, I think it's appropriate this morning to give members a kind of brief update and recognise the potential impact or developing impact of the current global political and economic uncertainty. When we first produced this report, the conflict in Iran was at a very early stage, and at paragraphs 419 and 420 of the report, we've highlighted that could have an impact on our strategy going forward. And I think that there is a potential impact both on the Treasury Management Strategy, but also on the Council's wider financial position. There's still a great deal of uncertainty, but there's already some impact in relation to the impact of the conflict. We've already seen a delay in any reductions to interest rates, a pausing of that at least in the short term. And there may be increases in interest rates going ahead. We're also now starting to see inflationary impacts feeding through. Obviously, members will be well aware of impact on oil, energy costs, and its impact in other areas as well. Fuel costs, obviously, food prices, capital projects, and it could also influence other factors like pay awards. So, that there's likely to be an impact, but it's very early to try and determine what that's likely to be at this stage. I think a lot depends on what happens from now, the extent to which the conflict is prolonged. If there's a fairly quick de-escalation or cessation of hostilities, the expectation is that economic markets would recover fairly quickly. However, if it is more prolonged, the impact obviously would likely be much greater. So I think one of the things to highlight is that at a national level, forecasters are being very cautious at the minute. The MPC, the Monetary Policy Committee rather, last week agreed to freeze or pause the base rate at 3.75%, and they were very measured, very cautious in terms of expectations, in terms of future direction of interest rates. I think depending on how things move from now, rates could move up or down over the upcoming period. Our own Treasury advisors, MUFG, have not updated their formal forecast since the start of the conflict because they feel as though it's too early to tell at this stage. So there's a couple of things to highlight in relation to this strategy that I think provides the council with a degree of protection in the current circumstances. Firstly, all of our existing long-term borrowing is fixed rate in the council, so we are not subject to short-term fluctuations in interest rates, and we're starting to see that come through at the minute. That's something that served us well over a spell, particularly following the start of the Ukraine conflict, where we saw interest rates gradually rise over a period up to over 5%, 5.25%. So we're in a similar position this time, but probably the main difference is that we, unlike 2022-23, where our borrowing levels were very low, we are now entering into a period whereby the council does need to borrow more substantially to support capital investment over the upcoming period. The fact that our borrowing is currently at a fixed rate is positive, but obviously it's the new borrowing that could be impacted by changes to rates. A couple of things. One, and this wasn't through foresight, it was just that the rates were good at the time, but pre and post Christmas we've took out about £30 million worth of long-term borrowing, relatively short duration periods, but that's helping us in terms of the short term and delaying our need to take out further long-term borrowing. It's likely to be the tail end of the current calendar year before we need to undertake substantial additional long-term borrowing. But if rates do go up, and if this is more prolonged, this will have an impact. Our borrowing is high towards the tail end of the current financial year and into next year. So this is something that will have to be very carefully monitored. So the thing I would probably just highlight for members this morning is that our strategy is serving us well at the minute. It remains appropriate at the minute, but things could change. And if things do change, obviously we'll come back to members either through the ENCS committee or through full council to seek an update to our treasury management strategy. But as things stand at the minute, it remains appropriate to support the council's activities. But happy to answer any questions, Convener.
Thank you, Paul. That's really helpful just to give us a bit of background of where we are currently. I've got a couple of members looking to come in, so I'll come to Councillor Bell first and then Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks. Thanks, Convener, again. Paul, obviously you mentioned obviously the uncertainty, the crises we're having worldwide. Construction costs are going up. I know ready mix and things have went up. I mean, £6 to £8 a cubic metre last week for myself. Gas oil's doubled probably for the farm as well. I'm concerned about some of these costs for the capital projects. Look at the White Sands, it might not be 68 million, it might be £108 million now, we don't know. But obviously like the fuel, school transport and things like that need maybe to factor in. There might be some new contracts. I know a number of contracts I deal with in the farm. A number have been pulled recently due to rising costs. I just wonder how many millions is going to cost the council this in the long term if it continues?
I think that they're good points, Councillor, but probably the short answer is we don't know at this stage. It's very early to predict what the impact is likely to be. It could be material, but it really will depend on how things develop from now. The key areas I mentioned in my introduction, the impact on fuel costs, capital project costs as well, these are key areas for us at the minute. Obviously we do have risk allowances within our capital programme to support our major projects, but obviously the longer this continues, the greater pressure there will be on those allowances. I'm not in a position at this stage where I feel as though the council needs to change its agreed plans. However, if things change, things are more prolonged, if there's an escalation, then that is something we may need to come back to members on. But as things stand, we're in we're protected in the short term, I would say, in terms of impacts, but things are starting to feed through, and if things are more prolonged, there will be a potentially significant impact on all local authorities. This is something we need to very, very carefully monitor over the upcoming period, and we'll come back to members as appropriate when these issues become more apparent. Appreciate that's not a kind of firm answer at this stage, but that's just the level of uncertainty we're dealing with at the minute.
Thank you, Paul. I've got Councillor Carruthers and I've got Councillor Hislop coming in.
Thanks very much, Convener, and thanks very much, Paul, for that. I think it's absolutely right you've done that, bring that to the Council's attention, the potential impact. A couple of things, I suppose, for myself. Firstly, thank you for bringing it to our attention. You mentioned that the interest rates for the Council could be volatile. either in an upward or downward direction. I think a natural reaction would be, as inflation rises, interest rates would tend to drop to react to that. It would be a government approach, usually, stroke Bank of England. So I wondered if you could maybe elaborate or expand in regards to the potential volatility of that either going up or down. Because if you think if inflation is escalating at the rate it's going back to the comments Councillor Bell's made, it would be a silly reaction for Bank of England or government to look to push them rates in an upward direction. Best case and worst case scenario, probably more difficult for you to answer, but a best case and worst case scenario, are we talking about just stopping jobs effectively by safeguarding? So you've brought to us a good time, we're aware of this, we're conscious of it, so if this goes on for a matter of months and it eats into the end of this calendar year, then absolutely you've made that clear that there will be an impact on future works because of the new borrowings that are to proceed with that. What does that mean though? I'm thinking best case scenario, so in general terms, what does that mean? No, not looking to get any great detail, but general terms we'll not fill as many potholes, or we're talking about closing schools. That's what I'm thinking. So that's 2 points mainly, but thanks again, Paul.
I think, Councillor, that it's early for us to say that those type of impacts are things that the Council is likely or may have to introduce. As I've said this morning, I think the existing plans are sound. We do have allowances within both our revenue and capital budgets to address, unanticipated circumstances, increases. Obviously the Council's has a very significant budget overall. It's appropriate to have an appropriate level of contingency within those to deal with this type of issue. But it's just whether or not this issue becomes something greater than anticipated. And ultimately, if there is a huge impact on UK public finances, for example, which impacts on our funding levels, if inflation is at a certain level, that will require all public bodies to make changes. Unfortunately, what I'm saying is I don't think we're in a position where we need to do that at this stage. I think we need to closely monitor things. I think our plans remain appropriate at the minute, but we do need to be very flexible and conscious of the potential need for change going forward. And if that is something that's required, we will come back to members accordingly. In terms of interest rates, the commentary from the MPC last week was quite interesting in terms of the various factors they're looking at the minute. The expectation was that both inflation and interest rates were likely to fall over the upcoming period. The MPC are still very much the view, and general economic forecasters of the view that that is still the direction. But there is a dependence on the extent of the current uncertainties and any other issues that could impact on that. As inflation increases, one of the tools the MPC will look towards to try and dampen increases in inflation is to put interest rates back up. That's a risk, a potential, but that's not something the MPC are saying they're planning to do at the minute. They've kind of moved from an expected reduction in rates over the upcoming period to hold fire. It could be upward or downward from here. It really will depend on how things develop, but we're not seeing that at this stage. I don't think there's a huge expectation of an increase in interest rates at this stage. It's more a delay in reductions. However, there is a risk depending on how things develop from now.
Thank you, Paul. Councillor Hislop, please.
I must admit, we had the budget panel last week and today, and I've never seen the directors of finance so concerned about going forward because of the volatility. What sort of wriggle room do we have, Paul? Is it like if it goes up 1% for 2 years, that's going to cause us a major problem, or is it if the percentage goes up over 20 years, that's going to cause us a major problem, or is it the inflationary cost that's more worrying at this point?
I think in terms of interest rates, as kind of highlighting earlier, it depends on the timing to a large extent. We're in a position at the minute where we can delay things, hopefully, to allow rates to go back to that gradually downward path, and we can time our borrowing accordingly. However, if the indications are that reduction in rates is likely to be significantly delayed, or longer term rates are likely to to increase, you know, it could have a material impact, you know. So, I mean, £169 million borrowing, as reflected in here, £169 million borrowing we require to support our capital investment over the next 3 years. You know, 1% change in that's £1.7 million per annum for the duration of the associated borrowing. So it's a potentially material concern. But if there's a de-escalation in the short term, the expectation is things will fall back to the previously expected path fairly quickly. So, you know, that's the hope at the minute. But it really does depend. Apologies, I'll keep repeating myself to an extent. It depends on things, how things develop over the upcoming period. And inflation, again, similar. You know, councils, there's a lot of forward purchasing, particularly in terms of energy costs. So we're protected in the short term, you know, through the national contract in terms of price increases. However, if things are prolonged, then it will start to feed through, particularly into subsequent years as well. So, you know, I think both of those issues are a major concern. At the minute, there's a huge degree of volatility. But, no apologies, but no, we just have to see how things develop over the upcoming period, try and make sure that we have got appropriate contingencies in place to manage this short-term impact, which we do. But obviously, we will need to revisit things if things go on beyond a relatively short-term period, and impacts in terms of inflation and interest rates are greater and more sustained, but it's something we'll have to closely monitor.
Thank you, Paul. And I think having that reassurance that, you know, if required, we will come back to committee to discuss any options. Councillor Marshall, I've got you next, please, Sean.
Thank you, Chair. And, you know, notwithstanding the volatility at the moment, if we look at pages 188, the table at the bottom of 188 and the table at the top of 189, which confirms, you know, that there has been a significant increase in the capital project programme over, you know, from 2024-25 to 2028-29. And just really seeking clarification that if you look at the table at the top of page 189, you've got the estimate, you know, in 2027-28, 90 million. And I'm just wanting to confirm, you know, this doesn't include, there's been no estimate for the potential Kirkcudbright Bridge on the horizon, which we expect, I think, to cost at least £30 million. And what we're going to do to kind of factor that in, or has it been factored into that at the moment? And I'm surprised to hear Councillor Bell concerned about the increase in, or the potential increase in some capital projects. And he mentions the White Sands. I'd just like to remind him that he agreed with a project which is going to cost the council more than the White Sand, the contribution we need to do for the White Sands, and a project, you know, the Stranraer Marina project that has escalated to about 1,500% more than what we originally expected the capital contribution from the council would be.
So in terms of your first question for Paul, I'll bring Paul in. Thanks, Councillor Marshall.
Yes, so in relation to the table on page 189 that Councillor Marshall refers to, there's no specific allowance for the Kirkcudbright Bridge project in those figures because we do not currently have a firm estimate of the cost of that project. But if members recall that we have around £30 to £35 million flexibility within the capital investment strategy, that's unallocated funding, and what we advised members when they were considering additional capital investment in December was that we needed to retain that as a minimum level of flexibility, given the potential for further capital expenditure requirements, particularly in relation to the Kirkcudbright Bridge replacement projects. So it's not a firm allocation for that project, but its flexibility retained within the Council's agreed capital investment strategy, which is reflected in those figures, which is available to support that project when it comes forward. But as I say, whether that's enough, whether that's more than we require, that's something we'll have to look at again once we get firmer costings on that project. So there's an allowance for flexibility within those figures, that 30 to 35 million I referred to, rather than a specific allocation for the Kirkcudbright Bridge project at this stage. Is that okay, Councillor?
Yeah, thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul, for that one, and we certainly just note the statement made on the second part of your comments there. So I'm not seeing any other hands up or questions at this point, so if members are content, we will move to the recommendations. So are members content to agree 1 and note 2? Thank you, members. Item 7 is the Area Committee budget arrangements for 26-27. And the purpose of this report is to agree the strategic framework, allocations and timetable for the Area Committee discretionary budget for 2026-27 and the Area Committee Tackling Poverty and Inequalities budget for 2026-27. In accordance with Standing Orders 13.1, full council is required to withdraw delegation to consider matters that have been delegated to committees. In terms of this report, that falls within the remit of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Committee. However, the date of the committee meetings were the 17th of February, before the council budget was agreed, and the 12th of May, which is after the area committee meetings need to determine their arrangements, and therefore it has been brought to the meeting of full council today for decision. So I do have Derek Hexel, who is available on Microsoft Teams to assist members with any questions on the report. Although before we go to that, are members happy to agree that we withdraw delegation from Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Committee? Agreed? Thank you, members. So, Derek, is there anything you wish to add to the report? First of all.
Morning, convener. Morning, members. No, nothing to add to the report. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Councillor Little, I've got your hand up first, please.
I was quick. Thank you, convener. We're on page 217, paragraphs 413, and it's about the work on a council-wide move to an online grants is ongoing. So it's an action in the Governance and Human Resources Business Plan for 2025. The funding was allocated by the Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing in that meeting you spoke about, convener. And the progress of the online grants pilot project for the Coastal Communities Fund using an underspend for the previous years. Now, this was a unanimously supported decision by the members of that committee, and call me sad, but I'm quite excited to see sort of about the potential, the positive potentials, not only for the council, but also for applicants across the region. So I've got a question for you, Derek, if you don't mind, but I've probably got another question that maybe you can't answer. But I'll start off, is that okay, convener, my 2 questions? Thank you. So Derek, do you have like a time scale for both like full implementation of the pilot and when we will get a report back to the Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Committee? Because I know I am and other members are eager to see the outcomes of this pilot.
We'll pause there. So Derek, do you want to come in, please?
Thanks, convener. Thanks, Councillor Little, for your question. I share your enthusiasm for the online grant system. The timescale we're working to, so we are working cross-council at the moment, engaging with colleagues on the pilot and ensuring the pilot and any outcomes from the pilot are absolutely scalable across other council funds, and clearly focusing on the Coastal Fund with this particular pilot. In order to meet the needs of the Coastal Fund, we are working with procurement, and the hope is to get a system in place by sort of the end of this year, so October, November time, hopefully, so that the system can then be in place, staff trained, and sort of evaluated during the next round of the Coastal Benefit Fund. In terms of your wider reach out, obviously that would be up to the outcomes of the evaluation, but we would be bringing a report back to the Education, Skills, Community Wellbeing on what we hope will be a successful pilot.
Thank you for that. And I'll maybe just remind members, if you've got a number of questions, if you maybe say them all at the start, and then that way we'll keep the meeting moving swiftly. But Councillor Little, you did say you had a second question.
Sorry, thank you, Convener. Yes, and it is on just the same thing, and it was just because it's that scalability that you mentioned there, Derek, and that's what I find the most exciting about the fact that it can be rolled out across the council. So do we have a time scale on that? Now, you give me a sort of rough time scale, well, not really a time scale, but sort of how the process is going just now. Could do with it be a little tighter maybe, but do we have a time scale of when this can be potentially rolled out across other services right across the council? That's why I wasn't sure whether you'd be able to answer that one or not.
Thank you. I'll turn to Derek first of all to see if he is, and if not, I'll maybe seek from one of the other officers here. Derek.
If there are other officers present, I would welcome their intervention. My understanding is it is recorded as an action, as outlined in 4.13. It is recorded as an action within the Governance and Human Resources Business Plan in terms of developing an online grant system. And clearly the evaluation and the outcomes from this pilot will feed into that. But I'm not sure if there are other officers that can maybe support you further, Councillor Little, in your specific question around timescales for that.
Thank you, Derek. I'm going to bring Vlad in just to confirm in terms of the action, but I've also got Kirsty here if required. But I'll come to Vlad first.
Okay, it might be that Kirsty might know more than myself, Convener, but in essence, I think I'm more than happy to come back to members in terms of timescales, and I think that's appropriate.
And I'll just check in with Kirsty.
Sure, in support, thanks, Convener. Just to say that, as Derek's highlighted, we're very keen to learn the lessons, so we'll be looking to bring a report back to members based on the pilot, and we'll do that as promptly as we possibly can.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing that report and the outcomes for that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take that forward as an action to ensure that it gets followed up as well. So I'm not seeing any other hands coming up. Oh, there we are. Councillor Dorward.
Thanks, Convener. I'm having problems with my iPhone. I haven't transferred to my new one yet. I need help with that as well. But anyway, moving on. Just to say I'm fully supportive of Councillor Little's proposals in terms of the pilot. Fully behind that. I think it's a great idea. But just it's not it's a comment, Convener, which we're allowed to do as opposed to a question. It's just to say the fact that there aren't any questions regarding this agenda item, for me, smacks of the fact that it's really well done. We have every confidence in it, and there's never really any issues with it at all. So thank you, Derek, and also thank you to Liz Manson and the rest of the team for making this possible and for doing this every year. I don't think we understand the amount of work that goes into it and the amount of work that goes into it to make it happen. But just to record my thanks and our group's thanks for that. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward, and I think those thanks are echoed across the chamber, and look forward to the various seminars taking place across the different area committees. So no, thank you for those well-made comments. So if members are content, we will move to the recommendations. So are we content and happy to agree 1, 3 and 4 and note 2? Thank you, members. So moving on to item 8 is the council plan delivery. And members are asked to consider the end of year position on the council plan delivery for 2025-26 and present actions to deliver on the council plan outcomes during the year of 2026-27. Dawn Roberts, our Chief Executive, is here to assist members with any questions on this report, with Heather Carrigan, our Business Intelligence Manager, and other senior officers available in the room or online to answer any specific questions relating to their service. So I'll just turn briefly to officers, to the Chief Exec, if there's anything to add further.
Thank you, Convener. Nothing further to add.
Thank you. So I will open the floor to members for any questions or comments. And I've got Councillor Stevenson, Councillor McGregor and Councillor Wilson, Councillor Jameson and Councillor Drysdale, in that order, because that's how I saw it, and hopefully somebody will keep me right. So Councillor Stevenson, you were first.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. On page 230, work with partners to develop a model of providing health and social care that looks at pathways from schools, colleges and funded apprenticeship posts. That's something that we discussed when I sat on the IGB and the Health Board. And I see that it's got multi-year triggers, but I was just wondering how fast we're actually working with that, because I know that's a huge pressure within health and social care. The next point I want to make is I'm just really pleased to see on page 261, 14.5, the introduction of a dedicated kinship care team to better support kinship carers to help children remain within their family. That's a massive thing, and I'm glad that that's now been looked at much, much better. And hopefully we'll see some really positive things come out of that. There's just a few questions I have, and I've just had them and just got rid of them. What a disaster. Just on education, 16.1 in page 263, all secondary schools offer a minimum of 7 subjects in S4. So where are we with that? Because I know that's a massive issue within the Dumfries borough itself, and has caused a lot of movement within schools. So I would like to see where we are with that. And I've just got a bit of a concern on page 262, 15.3, develop guidance to support transition for pupils with additional support needs. So I know that's such a massive thing for parents, teachers and pupils when we discuss additional support needs. So I just wondered where we are with that, because it's not quite where I thought we would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So there's a number of points there. I picked up on the first one and we picked up on the education, but I might need you to just clarify the other points, just because I was trying to make a note and see the room at the same time. But I'll come to Stephen Morgan first of all, in terms of your first comments on that one.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Councillor. So I picked up 2 issues. One was in relation to apprenticeships for social care workers, and the second one was in relation to kinship. The apprenticeships, there's work ongoing between colleagues in education and also the further education establishments to really develop those courses and get people applying for them. So we're quite pleased on the progress that's been made.
Can you maybe just slow down and speak up, because I'm struggling to hear you, so just I'm not sure if others online will as well. Sorry, Stephen.
Of course you can. I'll start that again. Yeah, we've made good progress in relation to colleagues in education and further education in developing the programmes that are required and getting them out there. So we're pleased with the progress that we're making, but obviously it takes time for these things to be set up, people to come through and then not have an impact on the workforce, so we are pleased. Your second comment around kinship care, we're delighted with the success that the kinship care teams had, supporting families and children. You know, we've got strong evidence that this team has made a massive difference to keeping people with their kin and to avoid escalation and breakdown that we'd seen in previous years, which was impacting on out-of-region placements. So we're delighted that the investment this council allowed us to have is showing evidential improvements for people's circumstances. So I do thank you for the comments, and hopefully that clarifies points.
Councillor Stevenson, can I just clarify what the second point was? There was a number in education there. Was there any in between?
Yeah, so there was in education, page 263, improvement levels of attainment.
Yes.
It says all secondary schools offer a minimum of 7 subjects in S4. So I just wondered where we are with that, because there is huge movement within the schools of Dumfries Borough, as we all know, and this is actually playing into some of that, and that's the feedback I'm getting from the children themselves. I'm not going to go on about the woodwork teacher again, because we've gone through it for years now. And also on page 262, 15.3, the develop guidance to support transitions for pupils with additional support needs. I just thought we'd be a bit further on ahead with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand Alison's going to come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson, for your question. So if I answer 16.1, and if I can perhaps link it to 17.2, which goes on to talk about developed curriculum offers an increasing number of range of opportunities for young people who have transferable skills, because they go hand in hand. So when you ask a question around the 7 choices, I am delighted to share with the full council today that we moved to an aligned timetable across all 16 secondary schools in August 2025, and so therefore all young people in S4 now are able to achieve 7 qualifications through their timetable offer. That then allows us to have breadth and depth for all of our S4s, and that means that there's now a choice, there is similarity and there's cohesion across all of our schools in order to get that offer across for all of our schools.
Thank you for that. And again, I'll just remind people just to slow down. I appreciate there's a lot of information that we want to get through it, but just in terms of the audio, just to make it as clear. But Jim, I think I'm bringing yourself in for the next part. Is that? Or
absolutely. No? Thank you, Convener. That's right. Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor. That item will be moved forward to the next plan. We have done a good deal of work on it and met with stakeholders. We've met with stakeholders. We have a draft already in place, but that is currently being looked at by one of the QIOs and the head of supporting learners. So we'll have that done and be moved forward to the next plan. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So hopefully that answers all those questions. Thank you. Councillor McGregor, you're next on my list. And then just to confirm, I've got Councillor Wilson, Jameson, Drysdale and Dorward. So
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, page 228, 1.3, deliver the current UK Shared Prosperity Fund. I'm not being political here. We're aware that this is green at the moment, but that funding stream has changed and the place-based investment programme has been halted as well. And I'm just wondering around the risks within that area going forward. Are we mitigating against risks? And I know that there's a lot of staff in that area that will have been employed by that previous funding that clearly isn't there now. So it's just to understand the risks for the service, but also for the staff within that service.
Thank you. I'll turn to Lisa for that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we are looking at how we mitigate those risks. We're working on a plan at the moment in terms of reshaping that team to ensure that it's focused on what we need to deliver for the future. So, and that takes that into consideration.
And presumably that will report to E&I at some point in the future? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for that one. Councillor Wilson, you're next, please.
Oh, thank you, Convener. It's just on page 246, it's 7.3, Implement Roads Investment Programme, and it says that the data shows an overall improvement of 2.68, and I'm just wondering how that's been measured, because I'm sure, like everybody else, my inbox is rammed with people contacting me about the roads. And then, similar to Councillor Stevenson, on page 263, at 16.1, it says there has been direct engagement with the 4 lowest performing schools where targeted action plans have been developed to address gaps in attainment. I'm just wondering, when will we see how that's working, please? Thank you.
Thank you. So the 2 points there, I'll come to Lisa first of all.
Karen, I think.
Oh, I've got Karen at the back there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Convener, through yourself. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So in terms of paragraph 7.3 within the appendix in relation to the roads condition index and the improvement of 2.68%, I can confirm that is accurate, and that was the measures that were shown during 24-25. This will be a continual programme and will move forward into future years. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll come to Jim in terms of the second question you had there, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, many thanks for the question. So your question is specifically when will we hear about what that will have meant, and clearly that will be in relation to the SQ attainment picture, which will come to committee. In terms of the actions, I'm happy to pass on to Alison if you'd like to understand a bit more about the detail of what we've done in relation to that target intervention. Thanks.
Alison.
Thank you, and I'll try and speak a bit slower this time. So in terms of what we've done with the 4 lowest attaining schools is we've had one-to-one meetings with each of the head teachers of those schools to really do that deeper dive with where their attainment picture is, what's the reasons for where their attainment picture is, and then what mitigations are they putting into place with their schools, with their leaders, with their classroom practitioners to ensure that they're on a improving journey. And it's not, because we can't change things. If we knew there was a golden bullet, we would take it, But in this occasion, what we're doing is we're working with those head teachers, putting the spotlight onto them and saying, how are you working with your schools, your communities, to ensure that this attainment journey is an improving journey? And that's looking at literacy and numeracy, ensuring that we've got that literacy and numeracy qualification, as well as then National 5 qualifications above that too.
Thank you for that detail. Were you wanting to come back specifically? I'm keen to get through the number of members, but yep.
Sorry, it was just on Karen's answer, which is fine. How is it measured? I was just wondering how it's measured, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen.
Thank you, Convener. Apologies, Councillor Wilson. So that's an annual measurement which is measured through Scots, and it's on a percentage of road network across Dumfries and Galloway. So it's an annual percentage that would come in looking at certain areas within our road network, and happy to share further detail in terms of that with members if that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarity. Councillor Jameson, you're next, please.
Yeah, we're back on page 263, improved levels of attainment. And apologies, I'm just overlapping a little bit here, Convener, but I have a point to make. It's the status that I've got a wee bit of concern over. The wee green arrow suggests that we're on track. Actions. I'm being semantics here, but I think it might be the wee triangle, because I think we're making progress. I've had long discussions with Alison, and we can rehearse this yesterday at the area committee. But I do believe we're making progress, but I don't think we're quite on track yet. The reason I'm saying that is that we're focused on the senior phase, which tends to be where you're judged. But we've got nurseries, we've got early learning and childcare, we have primary school, we've got broad and general, and then that we've got the SQA. There's a huge variation, I'll qualify that, there's a large variation between secondary schools, and I would imagine maybe not just so much in primary schools. And I have to acknowledge that there's improvement in literacy and numeracy, which is fundamental. If you're going to do SQAs, you've got to have these literacy and numeracy, so that concentration on that in primary school is exemplary, and I commend you on that. But there is a large variation in secondary school outcomes, and I know through talking to Alison that the efforts that the quality improvement officers are doing, but is there a more fundamental thing here, because it's very complex in terms of parental choice, the schools that they go to, socioeconomic, peer pressure, all that sort of thing, attracting teachers to schools. It's a very complex thing, but it concerns me the variation of outcomes across our 16 secondary schools. So my question is, we're making progress, but are we on track?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll come to Jim on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Jimerson. The answer is yes. I think, in short, of course, you identify correctly that the status is in relation to the milestones, not necessarily in terms of what the milestones are trying to achieve in terms of final outcomes. So your point is well made to say the actions we've described within the plan have been overtaken or are in progress. Your wider point is about how do we improve attainment across the piece, particularly closing the poverty-related attainment gap. I think there is good news. We have got some very significant improvements, and we've talked about the ACEL picture, for example, again across the picture, and that goes from primary 1 all the way through to third year in secondary school. So we're building, as you say, by building literacy and numeracy, and we've got a number of interventions that I've spoken to again within this report as well. So you're absolutely right, it requires the foundations, the building blocks, not just targeting at the S4, 5 and 6 point, but from early learning childcare onwards, and we've got a wealth of strategies that we're addressing. I think it's worthwhile as well considering that we have, within the framework for improvement, we have taken a very conscious step towards using a data-driven approach. So now we are issuing head teachers a very, very detailed description of what they need to start looking at to inform their standards and quality and school improvement process. But yeah, in a simple answer to your question, yes, we are on the milestones, but your point is well made to say that that is the actions, not the outcomes. And the outcomes, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and the outcomes aren't there for us yet. Many thanks. I can happily pass over to Alison if there's more detail.
Do you have further detail you wish to add?
I just wonder if it's worth giving some of that granular detail of what that framework for improvement looks like on the ground. So we talk about those building blocks in our primaries and our ELCs. So we now have 8 education services meetings annually, and that's with all head teachers and sometimes nursery managers who come along to those meetings. And in those meetings, we're looking at learning and teaching. We've had speakers in Bruce Robertson, who was an expert in learning and teaching in the borders. We've had Steve Mumby, who's been looking at imperfect leadership over the year. We've also, in the past year, been into every school through this term and every ELC to really focus on equity and look at that balance between a free school meal and a non-free school meal young people.
Thank you. I think that's really helpful, and certainly that's maybe worth circulating to members following the meeting, just to have that level of detail so that all members can have that assurance that we are taking forward those actions. So thank you very much for those. Councillor Drysdale, come to yourself next, please.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you very much for the report. It was just a couple of issues I'd like to have clarified, if that's possible, through Lisa and Karen. On page 246 specifically, on 7.6, the implementation of the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, a hot topic across the region and in fact across the UK, as we all know. It's a little bit concerning that we're only mentioning Dalbeattie, Castle Douglas, Newton Stewart, Minigaff and Gretna, which are the completed schemes. I'm just thinking out loud here that constituents are going to be really concerned with regards to the fact that at E&I on Tuesday, which I'm very grateful for, I know you've all worked really, really hard on the ground, but now in E&I that many small towns, KPD and Christmichael, for example, and others across the region were added to the HGV and timber routes. So it's just to get clarification, Lisa and Karen, as to why that's not included in this report. And then my second question, Convener, if that's okay to continue. 7.10, our inboxes are constantly filled, and we get a lot of feedback from constituents and visitors to the area about the state of the roads on the A75, the litter. So I noticed that you've done a great job with regards to lobbying through COSLA, which we're very grateful for, but I think we need more detail on here. We are hearing as members and the community are getting a little bit of information as to the fact that you are looking at the anti-litter signage and strategy and also some funnel bins. However, this is not mentioned anywhere in this report. And if you look at the council website, there's a lot of information about the 2025 litter strategy. So it's not been updated as to what's happening in 2026, and our communities are feeling stressed about this. I'm just wondering if there's any way we could update our web pages, and if that could be included in the report. It's possibly too late, but it's just to get your feedback, Lisa or Karen. Thank you. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. So I'll maybe come to Karen first in terms of the 20 miles an hour, and then it'll be Karen. Also, I believe, for the litter. Oh, no, we're back to Lisa. No, we've got... Alan. Apologies, Alan. Karen, I'll come to you first of all.
Thanks very much, Convener, and thank you, Councillor Drysdale. So just picking up on your first point there, just in terms of 20 mile per hours, we did keep that statement quite short within this document. I absolutely take on board your comments for future, because we can expand that, and as members will have seen it, Economy and Infrastructure on Tuesday, we brought a dedicated report in relation to that. So happy to share that report with all members, just so everyone has got sight on it. But there is a larger story in terms of the forestry routes, as you've pointed out. Thank you.
Thank you. And Alan, over to you on litter. Thanks.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you for the question. Afternoon, morning, members still. Yeah, so on 7.10, the lobbying through COSLA, so as it lays out there, that work has already been done and the lobbying is continuing. But in addition to that, to pick up on the point with the litter strategy, so the litter strategy is coming to E&I committee in June regarding an update on what that litter strategy is looking like. Members will be aware that there was an agreement at full council in the budget setting to the reinstatement of the lay-by bins. and that work is getting programmed in as it currently is at the moment. What I can add to that is, at the moment, is that the teams as part of the spring clean are working away east and west about clearing lay-bys of litter between now and the 24th of April. That programme's ongoing. Regarding away from the lobbying of the COSLA litter, the service managers within neighbourhood services have met with Amy only 2 weeks past, and ongoing discussions are working with them about potentially looking at the verge clearing and them supporting that, as we know that some other authorities get that road closure and road traffic management as a support mechanism from Baird and one authority from Amy. So that conversation is ongoing, and positively hopeful that we'll get some agreement with them to take on some verge cleaning along the litter as well. It'll also fit within the agreed additional resource that we got through the budget funding programme this year of additional staff that's going into neighbourhood services that will have a part focus round about looking at litter in lay-bys and the A75 and other main routes. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you for those, and certainly I would just echo the points that Councillor Drysdale's made in terms of the litter. I think the work along the A75 of the tree cutting that's happening currently, you can actually see the extent of the litter, and obviously the public are seeing that, so really helpful to understand that we've got reports coming back also, so thank you. I've got Councillor Dorward next, and then just to confirm who else I've got on my list, I've got Councillor Stitt, I've got the leader, and I've got Councillor Slater also. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you for the report. It's really good to see how much we're progressing. I mean, I know our job is to hold the Council to account, but it's also to compliment when compliments are due. So it's a good report. A lot of work to get it in place. My question is specifically on 4.5, page 234, which is develop a local power plan. No issues with that at all. But what it says is that a paper will be brought to Economy and Infrastructure Committee as soon as is practicable. Now, I've used that phrase many times in a previous life. It's a great one, isn't it? It's about committing. So just maybe the council budget motion for 26-27 asks that a paper comes to Climate, Environment and Biodiversity Subcommittee. It's a bit of a mouthful. And thereafter Economy and Infrastructure Committee by the end of 2026. So it's just, can this be amended to reflect that, please, if possible? That's all. Thank you.
Yeah.
Heather.
Thanks very much, Councillor Dorward, and I can confirm that when we done the sweep, as it relates to the second appendix on the agenda, which is the new delivery plan, and we have used the wording from the motion.
Thank you, that's helpful to get that confirmed. Councillor Stitt, you're next on my list.
Thanks very much, Convener. It's page 259, 13.2, 13.3, about the refurbishment of the academy in Lorburn Primary. I think it's over 2 years ago that a lot of councillors attended an open day to visit both schools, and we saw the state of them, and I think personally too that I think the Dumfries Academy got a bad report either on the paper or the TV. I'm just wondering, it says finalisation of stage 1 submission. Is there got to be a date given to us shortly, because this is dragged on and dragged on? And also in page 265, 17.3, about completion of inclusive play parts, is there a date or a time schedule for that? Because I'd like to put the way to Community Council at ease the next time I attend it, because I'm sick of getting earache from on the matter.
Thank you for those. So I'll come to the Chief Executive first of all in terms of your first question.
Thank you, Councillor Stitt, for the question around the Academy Lorburn project. I can confirm that work has been progressing over recent months in line with the committee decision in relation to this. And we've got an update to be able to share with all members via a written briefing that we are hoping to share with members tomorrow. I think that will come from Jim as the lead officer, and it's obviously support from Karen and the team and the capital programme arrangements. So there will be an update to members tomorrow on where we are with that project.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And in terms of the play parks, I'll come to Alan again. Thanks.
Yeah, Chair. Thank you, Convener Councillor Stitt. So I haven't got that detail with me, but I can certainly share it directly after the full council meeting and get a programme there for you. We'll speak to the team then after, if that's okay.
That's fine. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And just to offer reassurance, I'm keeping a note of the actions of all the different bits and pieces that we're sharing, and I know the governance team are also making notes of those, so we'll ensure that those are all collated so that we get all those bits of information out to all members as swiftly as possible. So next speaker is Leader, Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, so it was just to follow up on Alan's comment about working with Amy. So we've continued to lobby through COSLA, through writing to the Transport Minister, through writing to Transport Scotland as well. And we met recently with them and found out a bit more about how we could work better, as Alan had described, in terms of Amy and our own services with pick and litter, because there are safety issues. There's a bit of coordination could be done, and I think we'd get a better result if we can just align the public pounds so we're all working together. So that's welcome, and we'll continue to lobby because that's the Council's role in this. The other thing is just on the work to revise the Forest and Woodland Strategy, which I think is the only red blob, if you like. That's at 4.4 on page 233. So I was just wondering if there'd be any helpful narrative to assist members with understanding where that's at now.
Thank you. I'll come to Lisa on that question, and we'll note the comment previously.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, as you say, it's one of the few that are read in the report. So there's been a delay in progressing that just because of other priorities, particularly around SCAMP and wanting to progress that project. So the team had to focus on that, but we're intending to progress that now over the next 12 to 18 months. So members will, in the next financial year, start to see some progress around that area.
Thank you. So I've got two final speakers unless anybody else I've missed. So I'll just do a quick scan if there's anybody else not looking who's not indicated. But I've got Councillor Slater, and then I'll come to Councillor Marshall online. But Councillor Slater, David.
Thank you, Chair. It's a question for Alan. I came off the M6 the other day there and on to the A75, and the first lay-by there is absolutely strewn with litter. That was raised before, I must admit, and they did clean it up. But there's also trees cut down as well, and they just seem to leave all the material lying amongst the litter. So it says Dumfries 23 miles. It would be good to see that area really cleaned up. And also the trees. I suppose I don't know if Alan can answer this. Why are they cutting mature trees down at this moment in time when it's nesting season? And along that section of road on the A75, there's a lot of rooks' nests, and there's a lot of trees have been cut down. I just wonder why they're doing it during nesting season. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I made the same comments myself on the way in this morning, and I understand that Amy actually had a seminar explaining their tree work along the A75 just recently, but I'll come to Alan just to, if there's any further points that he wishes to add.
Thanks, Convener. Councillor Slater. I think confirmed that there was a seminar around about Amy. The cutting of the trees doesn't sit with the local authority in the main trunk roads. It sits with Amy. With that, what I would add is that collectively, I think council employees and members are noting that when the trees are being felled, we're starting to see the litter that's sitting in within below that. Hence the reason why the teams have been looking at an action plan about pushing across them areas and trying to clear them areas up and putting a programme of works together.
Sorry, we can't actually hear you. It's quite, you're quite fast. Sorry, thank you.
Apologies, Convener. So yeah, just to repeat, so the works that been the seminar that took place with Amy regarding them are independent from the local authority. We don't have any decision making within the main roads on the main arterial roads that we've got. So they are privy to follow that up. The discussions we had with them, as I mentioned before, with regard to supporting us when there's road closures and traffic management, is when they're doing works moving forward, we would like to then put our teams into the verges to then clean. Regarding the time of cutting for the birds and nesting, Councillor Slater, that would be a conversation, a line that would need to be picked up with Amy to ask them what that is regarding them areas. But as I said, I think that the neighbourhood services team and elected members are noting that when the tree felling is going on, it's exposing some of the litter issues that is within the main A75 road, and we're trying to put a work plan together to tackle that. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you for that update. So, thank you. I've got Councillor Marshall and actually one other speaker, Councillor Carruthers, but Councillor Marshall, I'll come to you first, please.
Thank you. Yeah, there has been quite a bit of discussion already. I think Councillor Drysdale and others, you know, and just the last speaker there about litter, and it's not, you know, I think it's been focused on the trunk roads, etc. But obviously, there's a bigger issue right across the region and in our communities. So my question is in relation to 3.5 on page 232, which is the implementation of a litter reduction action plan, including working with local communities and Keep Scotland Beautiful. I noticed that we're developing the next phase will be to develop a cross-service working group to finalise the plan, and we have had a seminar. I just wanted confirmation on a couple of things, or maybe 2 items for consideration. Just really that, you know, we have seen lots of groups in communities, big and small, actually, you know, setting up their own community volunteer groups to litter picks, etc. So I'm just wanting to make sure that they're actually being involved in the discussions or the development of the action plan. And secondly, as well, really just an assurance, because a number of these groups go into schools to talk, but I would like to see within the action plan that the council, you know, also has a programme of awareness that can go into, you know, all our school estate, primary schools, secondary schools, to give talks, etc. on you know, litter.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. I'll come back to yourself, Alan, please.
Thanks, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Marshall. So, yeah, I think, as indicated, we're bringing an update report on the litter strategy back to E&I Committee in June is the plan. I can give assurance that when we scoped out the litter strategy at committees 2 or 3 months ago, within that was about consultation and communicating with local groups, third sector, that do the litter picking from us within them groups, and they have been and will be consulted, as so have other parties, i.e. heavy goods suppliers and groups that sit within that. So that scope was in there. I can get an assurance that when we come back, there will be there is consultation taking part of that regarding the litter within there. And the scope does go further than just the main roads that we've got on that. And I think it's worth noting, as I highlighted before, that while we are looking at a reprioritising a litter across the region, that's not just within what we'd see as the verges or the lay-bys, but also within our town centres. And the funding that came forward at the beginning of this year through the budget setting is going to be part of a redesign model, looking at that, and with that, a redesign of the priorities will be coming forward to E&I Committee sometime over this calendar year as well, with that reprioritisation, with the litter being one of the priorities. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Can I just get clarity as well? Will that strategy include any work across education and with community groups, as raised by Councillor Marshall?
I haven't got that detail with me, the detail that's on there, but I can get clarity back on what actually the scope of that litter strategy is and the detail within it. But certainly I'm aware that awareness is within it, but what detail sits in there, I haven't got that clarity. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Karen, I'll bring you in from education just on that point, please.
Thank you. I'd just like to add in that, yes, the schools are all part of the Dumfries and Galloway Learning for Sustainability partnership group, and there is absolutely work around litter that takes place within our schools, and in conjunction with this group, a number of our schools participate in projects such as the Keep Scotland Beautiful campaign.
Thank you. And I know we've also got Kirsty here who works with communities as well. And Kirsty, are you wanting to confirm anything in terms of the community work that you're doing?
Can just add that in the development of the strategy, there is a consultation mandate agreed, and that includes third sector organisations and the key stakeholders that you've outlined, Councillor Marshall, and that Alan's described. I know that we certainly within the Community Planning Engagement Service, we support community organisations to make sure their voices are heard in terms of the development of the strategy and its key actions.
Thank you, everyone. Hopefully that gives you the full assurance there, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Carruthers, you're the final speaker on my list.
Just a very brief point on the back of what Councillor
Slater said that just to bring in, I think for information, I'm sure the Bird Habitat Directive restricts hedge cutting and tree felling between May and September in a year for nesting reasons, but a roads authority, whether it be through Transport Scotland or local authorities, can, for safety reasons, cut a hedge or tree at any point in time. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for those useful comments. So, members, I think there's been a really good amount of scrutiny on this. I think it's really important that we do this, and we've got the full reports in front of us. So if we move to the recommendations, are we happy and content to agree 1 to 3 in terms of the recommendations? Great. Thank you, members, and thank you for all the contributors there. I think it was really helpful. And all our officers as well, who I'll just give a few moments to go back to their seats, but really appreciate all the work that's happening across the council. So item 10 we will move to, which is the research findings on addressing depopulation in the region, and this report is by Director of Enabling and Customer Services. The report is to present the findings from the recent research into addressing depopulation funded by the Scottish Government and commissioned by Dumfries and Galloway Council to provide elected members with an opportunity to discuss the research findings. The report also invites elected members to consider the recommendations included from the Best Interventions report at Appendix 1. And to provide direction to officers on the next steps to inform future policy development, service planning and partnership working. And I've got Andy Reid, our policy officer, who is here to assist members with any questions on the report. So I'll first of all come to yourself, Andy. Is there anything you wish to add?
No further additions. Happy to go to questions.
Thank you. So I've got Leader coming in first, and then I've got Councillor Dryburgh and then Councillor Jameson. Thank you.
Thanks, Convener. Thanks for the report. So it was actually a question about place planning. So I know in I think one of the appendices it does make recommendations. I think it's recommendation 4 about the importance of place planning. In the report itself, place planning is not explicitly mentioned there, but it does go on to mention place planning will be an integral in population change consideration. So I'm just sort of wondering, could you maybe speak a bit more about, because these are community-led place plans often, and it's maybe not one for officers, but how do we recognise and engage with communities going forward on their place plans?
Thank you. And again, just for everybody, can we please slow down with the speaking? So Andy, I'll come to you, please.
I'll try and go slowly. Thanks, Leader, for the question. So absolutely, place planning is one of those things that, as we've undertaken the research, we identified that place planning has already undertaken an element of research around those places, and that's very much involvement of the community groups that have been involved along with the partners for the economic development, so some borderlands. In relation to how we would intend to look at the place planning, the next step, as I sort of highlight within the report, is mapping out where the gaps and aligning that to research beyond the 3 research areas that we did. So place planning gives us a start already where those areas have already understood or look at the background of where they've been and where they would like to go forward. In relation to those communities that have already gone forward, the aim would be that we would engage with those communities to discuss the findings from the research, understand where those gaps are, and then identify where there are elements which we would consider that we could discuss mitigation or support them within those sorts of change relating to reviewing how their place plans could positively impact population change and demographic change. But also to look at how we utilise the wider community planning partnership, the wider council and the programmes forward. But it's important that we engage with those communities, find those ones that are proactive, which obviously through the place plan they have been, and enable them to deliver, or for us to support the delivery of change.
Is it a quick point to come back on?
Thanks for that answer. Can I just check, so there will be place plans that we've recognised as a council, and there's communities currently working on their local place plans. Will they both be consulted, if you like, or engaged with, appreciating that some are formally recognised, some are pieces of work that are currently ongoing? Thank you.
So it's part of the research. We did engage with our sort of council programme within the place planning discussions, and obviously there's 43, I think, that are established with a potential sort of 60 to 80 further ones. Yes, it would be as wide as we can do as we map to understand how we can align that research to those places. If we have information already available and people are willing to come forward, yes, as and when resources are available. It's not restricted because, as I say, the idea is that we align that research and work with the people who are already working in place planning.
Thank you for that. So I've got Councillor Dryburgh next, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Convener. I just wanted to make a comment and give a vote thanks to Andrew, who came on Monday to discuss one certain thing that I've got coming to the next full council as a motion, and it's about the base loads of electricity generation. So thanks, Andrew, for putting the slight amendment into that.
Thank you for that. I think just a comment rather than any question, but I'll maybe turn to Andy or Andrew if we're using somebody names.
I've no comment, but I think that's item 12 in relation to the infrastructure response.
Apologies, yes.
But obviously they both have an impact on depopulation.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Jameson next, please.
Thanks, Convener, and thanks for the report. My query is that there appears to me, anyway, there's a lack of emphasis on employment. And in my own wee world of research, employment is often the driver of repopulation, and it fits in with housing, education, transport. It can all follow from employment. And maybe there's a reason for it or a rationale, but when I was searching through the recommendations, it's just briefly mentioned. And if I'm wrong in that, I apologise, but I want to emphasise that going forward, you know, the agreement we have to make is another 60k of funding, and what's the next steps? I would like to suggest that employment becomes a focus on the next steps, and that will affect all different regions in different ways. In Annandale and Eskdale, we've had quite considerable depopulation because of the decline in the likes of Chapel Cross and things like that. There's big opportunities in the Annandale and Eskdale area for major projects. So how much effort and resource do we put in attracting major high-skilled employment that will boost and attract people? It'll help retention and attraction, and it'll boost numbers in schools. It'll increase the need for housing, etc., etc. So my point is I would like to see more on employment, and going forward, can we do a little bit more research on how, as a council, we can impact on attracting new employers into the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy?
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. You make a valid point in relation to employment is a significant factor. Within the report, we highlight the sort of the 6 factors, and that it may be that employment's good in an area, but that housing is that sort of challenge within that sort of location. I recognise the point that you're saying, without explicitly saying sort of employment's in there. We are progressing as we sort of move forward. I spoke about the community planning partnership and making sure that we're aligning strategies across not just the council's internal strategies, but those ones, the regional economic strategy, the work with SOS. So yes, absolutely, we'll engage with SOS and also within our own economic development to look at those inward investment. There is obviously elements within the recommendations that we will continue to take forward, looking at where are our strengths, in the micro businesses. That's not to forego that for large-scale inward investment, that we should still continue that work across areas such as our business gateway service.
Thanks very much. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've got a number of people still online. So I've got Councillor Gusty, Marshall, McFarlane and Slater in that order. So I'll come to yourself, Councillor Gusty.
Thank you, Chair. And I think Councillor Jameson's highlighted a very poignant point for me anyway, which was the employment part. And when we look at 4.8.4, at the very end of the list, at 23, recognise that tourism does not provide a magic bullet for community development. It might not provide the magic bullet for development, but in a lot of our rural communities, the local pub the local shop, still the local services that are delivered by the private sector. They're supported, they're kept sustainable by tourism. So I think that we need to be careful when we put things in like that into our reports, because tourism is a big part of our economy, it's a big part of our region, it's a big part of our way of life. And it really is a part of a sustainable rural village, is an economy, shops, the local pub. I'm looking at the likes of Dromore, where there's multiple pubs and a shop still going. I don't think they would necessarily be there if there wasn't a tourist economy going on down there. And at the moment, that's actually putting more investment in than the Dumfries and Galloway Council, who threatened to tried to shut the nursery twice in 2 years in a row. And that's one of my other points. We're looking at rural areas, and we're talking about how do we get folk engaged, how do we get folk to move here. We've got a planning system that doesn't let you build. We've got an education system that's saying we're probably going to have to look at the schools and rationalising the estate soon. What's there to attract young families are folk my age. I've got plenty of folk my age that went away to university and they would love to come back down here. But at the minute, they're called dinks, double income with no kids, but they're looking to have kids eventually. So they've got plenty of cash, they're looking to invest, they would build a house, buy a house or do it up, but there's no opportunity for them. How do we encourage these folk to come down?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll pass over to Andy, and obviously there are the bullet points for the next steps that we want to embed. But Andy, I'll come to yourself.
Yeah, no, thanks, Councillor Justy. I mean, in relation to the way in which that's phrased, that's the consultant's sort of response. We're obviously considering, how we take that on board, recognising that tourism is a significant a part of our economic mix. I think what they're obviously trying to put across there is that it shouldn't solely be our driver, and that we sell our region short and saying that's all we do is tourism. Recognise your point in relation to the significant role that tourism plays. I think there was a recent report, and we continue to monitor sort of policy developments in North Wales where they were pushing on that one, and local residents and local businesses have turned back on that policy. So it just sort of demonstrates policy challenge in sort of how we make it that, we need to consider any interventions that we make or any proposals we put forward. We need to understand what the negative impact may be, and I think that's what you're picking up in relation to that tourism comment, that whilst we might want to drive move away from sort of second homes and short-term lets, it will then have an impact somewhere. So it's a matter of, as we go forward, considering both the positive and negative impacts of any policy change.
Thank you for that. So I've got a number of speakers still looking to come in. I've got Councillors Marshall, McFarlane, Slater, Dorward, Ingalls, Dempster and Dashper. So if your name's not on there, just let me know and we'll add them on. But Councillor Marshall, I'll come to yourself.
Thank you. Yeah, welcome this report, and welcome the recommendations in the report, and agree with them. And whilst I agree with them, I mean, if I go to page 315, number 15, it's invest in rural transport as a repopulation strategy. Absolutely, we need to do this. We've just witnessed, the decline in some of our bus services this year across the region. But when I look at the recommendations, how we're going to try and resolve that on page 325, it does state, and it's in there, a quarter of households in southwest Scotland don't have access to a car. So the reliance is on public transport. Now, we have a very, I believe, limited rail service across our region. So I think there's no mention there about, we also have done considerable work on reopening stations. We've done all the work with regards to Eastriggs, Thornhill and Beatock, so we should maybe look at how we can try and extend the rail services and maybe, new stops, but also the stops at the moment to increase rail transport along that stops. But the main thing as well is with regards to, I think, the second paragraph, the main kind of resolution seems to be that we're going to invest in community transport operators. Absolutely, totally agree with that. But what's failed to be mentioned in there is, we've got a major piece of work going on at the moment, which is to look at the future of DGC buses. And that piece of work hopefully will identify a bigger role for DGC buses to actually provide public transport. So I think some mention in there should be this piece of work, because at the end of the day, we're going to have to rely on probably DGC buses to maybe deliver more in the region, because of, you know, some of the commercial operators just aren't willing to actually provide the services that we require. And that's vital for people, you know, not only to get to work and education, but also socialise. So, you know, we've got to kind of start joining the dots up, and probably one of the biggest ways of doing that is by improving the bus service network.
Thank you. I'll come to Andy just in terms of any comments back. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Marshall. Just in relation to, obviously these are the findings of the report which were underway at the same time as I think the transport progresses and the commitment to the further investment into DGC or Dumfries and Galloway sort of transport network. You're absolutely correct in relation to that transport is a critical aspect, and access is something that comes through, access to the services, access to and that transport role plays within accessing. Just in relation, and I apologise because it's probably not clear within the report in the first bullet point in 416. Is it 4? In essence, what we're looking at is understanding people's responsibilities, or who owns what intervention level. So if we take something like transport and greater investment, you know, that may well be that as a council or as a community planning partnership, we need to lobby for further investment and lobby for clarity about how we can get greater support for the transport network and that entire mix of transport. I suppose that there are elements that the council controls, there's elements of community planning partnership, communities, and it's understanding who has a role to play in that. So in relation to some of the transport stuff you've discussed there, most definitely the council, along with partners, would need to be clear on what it's lobbying for.
Can I just quickly come back? It's just I probably would have liked to see in the appendix, which is the best interventions, summary of recommendations. I would like to have seen some of that in there, though, and not just, it seems to be the focus is just on investing in community transport operators.
I'm happy, as I say, the best interventions, the appendix part of it, that's the responses that we had from the consultants who undertook the research for us. I'm happy to include that as we look at how we take forward the transport element.
That's great. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you for those. So, Councillor McFarlane, you're next on my list.
Yeah, thank you, Convener, and thank you, Andrew, for this report. I think the comments that have been made by other members emphasise how complex this is. Each of us have focused on different aspects of what we consider important in relation to depopulation. And I have had conversations with Andy previously in relation to schooling, and the fact that without schools we will not encourage young families into the area and such like. I do think that we really need a holistic approach to this, and I'm pleased to hear that the Community Planning Partnership is a means of trying to pull that together. But we really do need a one council approach to it, and I'm not convinced that some of the policies that we have in place in relation to schools and capacity and their critical mass really aligns with our approach to trying to address depopulation. And I'm wondering if Andrew's perhaps got a perspective on that. He has assured me previously that he works well with education, skills and community well-being. But this really does tie into the motion that we put to the council some considerable time ago, about asking for a community impact assessment in relation to what we do with our schools and how they do impact on those communities, and if that's perhaps something that we could revisit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McFarlane. Just in relation to sort of the review of sort of the education, I think I'll take it as a holistic approach. And one of the things that we've identified is that we probably need to look through all the strategies within the council that is currently delivering, and then see how those are impacting or can potentially be adapted or be utilised, because As you're aware, there's limited funding within this specific element of the project. However, there will be economic development funding or access to funding that can make a difference. I look at the travel hubs and the potential that they may well have, and that's an investment that's potentially that can change the housing, the sort of local housing. So education, along with all the sort of strategies, we would look to see how we consider that impact now in the light of this research and in light of the mapping exercise that we'll undertake.
Hopefully that gives you a bit of assurance that that broad spectrum will be taken into account. Thank you. Councillor Slater, you're next, please.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for your report, Andy. Depopulation, it's on page 312. This is a worldwide situation, really. There's more and more people are moving into cities because there's more facilities and amenities there. The other point I would like to make is we have to look after our roads better, because we have a word called connectivity. It's a small word, but very, very important to try and bring more people to the area to live. Also, AI will have a vast effect on this, as people can work here but not stay here, and I think that will increase it in the future. Thank you.
I'm not sure there's a question there, but useful comments, and I'll come to Andy as well. So thank you.
Just to ask Andy what he thinks about that as regarding depopulation and why it is happening in cities and not so much in rural areas. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Slater. I think, in relation to the worldwide situation, you're absolutely correct. That's why the research looked at sort of Europe, North America, and sort of other locations, because it's happening everywhere. There is an element that there is a reducing birth rate across sort of the world, and it's a changing of sort of lifestyles and people's choices. And I think Councillor Justy mentioned earlier Dinks in relation to that one. Just on the sort of the agile workers, I think there's definitely a move towards how from us as a region to be hosting people who work in cities as agile workers.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dorward, you're next, please.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you for the report. Commend the report, thank you for that, but also thank you to CODEL and the University of West of Scotland for the research. That's really, really important. I think it's nothing we don't know, but backing it up with empirical information is really important for us as a region. It's never too late to do this, but it's been a long time coming, I would suggest, but it's great that it's been done, because depopulation has been an issue here for years. So we are where we are, and it's great to see the findings. Totally agree with 4.16, page 3.17, in terms of transitioning of the project, which we're getting funding for, but I think it should be included in the council plan risk register, although I do suggest it's not just a council responsibility, it's a region-wide responsibility for all stakeholders. And a question for you, and it might have maybe misheard this or dreamt it or something, which is entirely possible at the moment. The Scottish Human Rights Commission did an excellent study from a human rights perspective in Highlands in terms of economic, cultural and social rights in terms of depopulation. That was published in 2024. Are they looking to any other region to do something similar? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dorward. In relation to your first comment with regards to adding in the council plan, I see no reason why we wouldn't. We'd put this project specifically so that it's quite clear what the council's element of it, but obviously the part of that would include our engagement in the wider area. In relation to that report, I recall something on that report, but we've not had any engagement, and I've not had it raised at any of the national groups that we've been attending.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ingalls, you're next, please.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Andy, for the paper. If we can go to page 315, at the top of the page, bullet point 4. Map the many assets across Dumfries and Galloway, and on page 317, the second last bullet point at the bottom of that page, undertake a comprehensive mapping of communities and local assets across the region. A number of years ago, probably around 2017, 2018, I highlighted the need for a destination development plan for Dumfries and Galloway. It got no traction whatsoever through the council, and I think this is exactly what this paper is asking for. So had that been taken on board at that point and delivered, then we might not be in the position, or as bad a position as we're in now. However, if we move on to bullet point 23 and, bear with me a second, page 329 of the appendix, I'd like a bit of background on what informed that paragraph, if that's possible. Yeah, are you able to elaborate on this statement, please, Andrew?
Thanks, Councillor Inglis. Just in relation to, because I don't have the full on-page numbers, are you referring to the Appendix 1.23?
Appendix 1.23, yeah, recognise that tourism does not provide the magic bullet.
Yeah, once again, I mean, it was the consultants who provided that exact sort of terminology, so I'd have to go back to them to why they've chosen that terminology. I think there was an element of what they were trying to push across was our economic mix in the region was dominated by a couple of areas as opposed to being sort of wide and sparse. And but I'm happy to go back to with that specific comment, obviously, with it not being the magic bullet. I think
not only that, I think it would, if there's research that backs this up, I think elected members should see it. Tourism in the visitor economy in Dumfries and Galloway employs 12% of the people who are employed in Dumfries and Galloway. It's a major part of the economy, and those are directly employed. The spin-off from that is way beyond 12%. Everybody's involved in tourism. This council's involved in tourism. We have a toe in that market. And for this paper to say that tourism does not provide the magic bullet, it's a pretty derogative term for that section of the economy. So I would like to get the background to that item 23, please. I mean, community-led tourism. We need background to that. What is community-led tourism?
So in terms of that...
There's a few things, sorry, Convener, there are a few things in that paragraph I think that we need some information on, Andrew.
So I think we can absolutely take that back as an action to just get the rationale for that one, and I think I'll just confirm with Andy that we can take that as an action going forward, recognising it does say that it remains only one slice of the economic pie, and investment in the community-led tourism. Taking on board the comments that you've made there, Councillor Inglis. But Andy, is that something that we can get further information on?
Happy, Councillor Inglis, to go through the full sort of detailed reports to have a look at that and engage with our sort of the consultants who we still liaise with on a regular basis to get some further clarity. And I think it's valid points that you make in relation to tourism being a sort of a positive aspect of our economic mix.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, Convener, just if I can come back in just once more. I think it's vital.
If it's brief.
Yeah, it's vital that the visitor economy is supported by this council. We need to stop turning our back on the visitor economy and support it if we're going to turn this depopulation around. Thank you.
Thank you. Those comments will be noted, and certainly there's an agreed action from that point of view. Councillor Dempster, you're next on my list, and I've got Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Convener. Observations in Appendix 1. Support what Councillor Dryber is saying on page 3.3, the third last 3.23, third last bullet point. Listen, act upon young people's opinions. Young people in my ward just can't get out in public transport, none at weekends, none after 5 o'clock at night. It restricts very much job opportunities and social interaction. But the point I want to make is on page 322, the second last and third last paragraph. If you look at the third last paragraph, it talks about working in partnership with communities and local businesses. And then in paragraph, the second last paragraph, at the same time it's important to distinguish this call for investment from traditional economic development strategies that may focus exclusively on large inward investment. Large companies and corporations are adept at locating where they can access subsidies and then moving on when there's another offer somewhere else. Instead, we recommend multiple smaller investments in local micro businesses and community enterprises. There are two large businesses in Upper Nithsdale, Convener, that probably hold society together. One employs over 500 people and one employs over 150. We should be knocking in their door, asking them what else we can do, no suggesting that we invest in micro industries and community enterprises. And I'm chairman of a community enterprise and I'm very proud of that and the work they do. But they'll not pick up the slack if 650 folk lose their jobs. So we need to be careful, and this is the point I want to make to Andrew or Andy. We need to be careful the message we send out, because these two companies, Brown Foods and Shaw Industries, are vital to the future of Upper Nithsdale. And we wouldn't want to be sending out a message that any of the large companies in Dumfries and Galloway, not only the two in my ward, should be concerned about where we are interested in investing in the future. So it's an observation maybe rather than a question for Andy, but I'd be keen to ensure that the message we send out is that we welcome large businesses and we'll support them whenever we can. No suggest that investment might go elsewhere.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Dempster. Just to pick up on a couple of things, obviously, in relation to Appendix 1, these were the findings, obviously, that came through to us from the consultants. Part of this discussion today was to check, was this the same sort of understanding through elected members? And then how do we then look at what our priorities are going forward? I'm taking on board the points, obviously, that yourself have made, and obviously Councillor Inglis in relation to the tourism comments. So it'll help us when we look at the focusing on the mapping exercise. Just to provide some reassurance, we are working with South of Scotland Enterprise in relation to that inward investment support, and there isn't anything in relation to large-scale employment, and diversifying our employment mix is a critical aspect, to create more jobs and opportunities. So it's a fair point and pick up, and we'll take that forward as we look at what we do for the next year.
Thanks, Convener. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you for that. So, Councillor Marsh, you're next, and then Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Convener, and good afternoon, members. Yeah, thank you very much for this report. I think this is one of our most crucial and vital issues, the depopulation of our region. It strikes me that page 317 at 4.16, the further £60,000 of funding to be utilised for this, I don't feel this is potentially going to be enough. I think this issue is so important and so severe that I'm not entirely sure £60,000 is going to be enough to do what we require to do as a council, and particularly undertaking the comprehensive mapping of communities and local assets. For one, just like our school estate mapping, that is a huge exercise, and I wonder if there's a requirement to have additional funding added here to ensure we get the best possible outcome. I just wanted to highlight one or two things within the appendices. Appendix 1, at page 321, it starts by saying we need to adopt a stronger focus on addressing depopulation. I couldn't agree more. I feel currently that some of our council policies, particularly some of the budget decisions that we have taken, are completely opposed and counterintuitive to what this paper is suggesting we do. I probably will, for the first time ever, agree with Councillor McFarlane in his point by stating we need an overarching and holistic view of this. I think some of the piecemeal decisions that we have taken, other groups have taken, particularly, for example, at budget time, your closure of small nurseries goes completely against what is being suggested that we do in this paper. For a small saving of 180k, the long-term and particularly damaging effects of taking a decision like that is clearly going to add to the depopulation of our region. It states at page 323, to sustain rural populations, young people and families are obviously critical to this demographic. Access to services, resources and opportunities such as educational and employment opportunities, housing, health services and social infrastructure are all paramount in reversing this trend. So if we are going to take action and we are going to move forward and have people return to this region, I believe we're going to need to invest more than 60k in doing so. And just to go back to Councillor Ingall's point about tourism, 7,000 jobs approximately within the region are within the tourism sector. Without tourism and without increasing that footfall, we won't have the jobs, the hotels, the cafes and restaurants for people to be working in. So what pool do we have to see people returning, hopefully to have families here? But it is really a majorly important and serious issue, and I feel that some of the policies and the way that the council are currently looking at this are opposed or counterintuitive to the outcomes that this paper is wishing us to see. Thank you, Gavina.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh. So I appreciate this is external funding that we've received, but I'll come to Andy in terms of that sort of wider question. Obviously, we've noted that we're working with the Community Planning Partnership as well, but Andy, over to you.
In relation to, we've got 60,000 which we've carried over from the phase one. We're currently also in the process of hopefully securing another 60,000 from Scottish Government through phase two, which we'll hopefully get confirmation on shortly. In relation to the sort of, this is a complex, overarching, covers sort of so many wide areas. That discussion which you've had there is that alignment of strategies, policies and reviewing it with and addressing depopulation or considering repopulation and demographic change will be vital, and that's the sort of the first step to understand where we can utilise what we're already doing, monitor how an impact that's having, and then also see where we might need to make some changes to align for that sort of population growth.
Thank you, Andy. So I've got Councillor Carruthers and then Councillor McCammon as both first-time speakers.
My point was answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCammon.
Yes, thanks, Convener. And my question is regarding the depopulation impact assessments that we may do or may currently do or don't when we, for example, close a public facility or close a nursery or close a school. What is the current process, and is there any way of tightening it up? Because, you know, and I won't go into detail, but the past couple of weeks has been a bit turbulent in terms of nursery closures and that, and it would appear that there's not an awful lot of consultation done anyway. But in terms of...
So, Councillor McCammon, I would just... Sorry, I would just ask, can we focus on the report on the research findings rather than stray into another aspect? Thanks.
Yeah, I was just making my point and a bit of context, Convener. Thanks. So my point is, when when the council chooses or decides to close a public facility or a school, whatever it may be, what is the process in terms of taking depopulation into consideration, the impact it would have? Is it done before? Is it done after? Or do we keep track of it? Because, you know, as you know, that our communities are dying because of closures. So I would appreciate the response. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think if we can focus on the actual research findings in terms of how the wider situation, in terms of specific policies, that's not on the agenda today, so I'm not going to take that just now, no. But I will absolutely come to Andy for your wider point as to how are these wider issues being fed into the depopulation, because it is an important point, as previously referenced as well. So Andy, I'll come to yourself.
Thanks, Councillor McCammon. Just in relation to the, there is an element of impact assessment that's undertaken by the council, you know, in its core sort of function, and elements of the current impact assessment process on strategies, policies, plans would cover some of the elements of depopulation, but depopulation isn't currently considered it within that impact assessment. Obviously the project that we've had to date has been understanding the research and identifying what areas are of concern, and it's an element that we could take forward as we sort of look at future impact assessments.
Thank you for that. So, members, I can see a couple of people are wishing to come back as second-time speakers. I just want to be really clear, we're not discussing the current policies around closures of facilities. This is purely on addressing depopulation. However, if the debate, and I'm seeing about 5 or 6 hands all pop up at this point, so rather than curtail the meeting, I'm actually going to ask, I do absolutely recognise the need for members to have their views heard on this item in hand, but as we are potentially straying into potential campaign themes, which have been very clear in the public record, accordingly I'm going to pause the meeting and I'm going to ask for a brief recess to allow the team to stop streaming for this item so that we can continue and have the debate, and that way we're still complying with the pre-election guidance and legislation, and will continue to record the meeting, but the non-stream part of the meeting will not be published until after the election. So members, we're going to take just a 5-minute recess to put that into place. I'm conscious lunch is here as well, so we will just take 5 minutes to pause the briefing before any further comment.
So my point was procedural.
So I'm going to pause the meeting. We can still have a debate, but I'm pausing the live stream just now. Thank you, members. Apologies for the slight delay in starting there. So, members, just as an update for the rest of the agenda, I have tried to speak to all the group leaders just to share my thoughts. I'm very conscious that stifling a debate halfway through questioning is not always ideal. So my proposal for the rest of the meeting is, noting that we were due to go on to speak on the Council, item 11, on the Council's response to the call for views on the NHS Dumfries and Galloway draft statement, noting that there are ongoing political campaigns around the NHS, my proposal is that item is not live streamed. Comments from the start of the meeting also in terms of the Scottish Government infrastructure strategy, I'm proposing that that is also not live streamed, which again I've explained and spoken with group leaders on that one, and we'd already agreed that item 9 would not be live streamed, which means we only have item 13 as a substantive item to move on to before coming to notices of motions. So my proposal is we commence the meeting now with the live stream on item 13. We discuss this and then we move on to the 3 substantive items for not live streaming. So that would be item 9, 11 and 12. And that deals with the substantive business for the day. We can then move on to our notices of motion, which will be live streamed as per the standing orders, and we would do item 14, 16, 17 and 18 before pausing as agreed for item 15. So I appreciate this is slightly complex, but I have run this through with the group leaders in terms of the next 2 items. So with your agreement, are we content to go forward with that? Great. Thank you. Thank you, members. We'll start with item 13 then, so just so everybody is clear where we are, and this is being live streamed. So this report is the written decision of the Standards Commission panel, and it is submitted for consideration and the findings of a Standards Commission hearing panel regarding a complaint against Councillor John Dennerley. And I've got Vlad Valiente, who is our Assistant Director for Governance and Human Resources, who can assist members with any questions. And I'll come to Vlad first of all, just conscious there were questions at the start of the meeting too.
Thank you, Convener. Just to clarify in terms of the GDPR question that was asked at the start of the meeting, is to confirm 2 things. One, that the report itself is published and is live by the Standards Commission and the Standards Commission website. And number 2, that the Section 18 of the Ethical Standards in Public Life Act specifically requires the Council to publish that and for the Council to consider it. And hence that's why we have to do it in this way.
Thank you, Vlad. So, Councillor Bell, I've got you wishing to come in, please.
Thank you, Convener. I'm not going to make any comment on the submissions of the report, but the problem with the issue was it was taking nearly 2 years to investigate, and that there's nearly 2 years to come to me for a witness statement. So that needs to be tightened up in the future through the Standards Commission. But obviously, I've got 2 badges. I've been sent to the Standards Commission twice in the 18 years or 19 years I've been a councillor. Obviously, I got help and support when someone make an accusation against me and some other councillors, and I got help and support from people in this building, which was very, very good at the time. What concerns me is that obviously, if any councillors in that sort of position now, what help and support are we going to get from officers, or do I know for a fact that council staff, they've got the unions, the trade unions to fight on their behalf. So what happens if I'm going from a 3rd badge, someone makes an accusation against me? Where do I go? What help and support do I get from the governance team here or from this council to challenge on the Standards Commission if I speak out once again or make some silly statement which is inappropriate? So where do I go? What mechanisms to help and support me?
Thank you, Councillor Bell. I'll turn to Vlad.
Yes, thank you. In terms of the governance side of things, we certainly, and members will know that from their own, as you said, interventions in terms of any referrals that they've been through. Any that they have been, I'm happy to have a chat with them in terms of a neutral perspective, or to provide a governance officer that can provide some guidance and support around the code of conduct, around potentially how to address it. But what we can't do is obviously draft any responses or get involved in that side of element of it, because that's for the councillor themselves to do. There's other supports that we're happy to offer, again, in terms of you have access to occupational health, you have access to counselling, and we are happy to process those depending on the requirements of the councillor. But in terms of governance, I as a monitoring officer have a role within this process, and I need to remain neutral and impartial, albeit that I may be able to help in terms of that guidance around the code of conduct and any guidance that might flow from it.
Well, it's certainly changed days from 18 years ago when I was taken up the road. But at the end of the day, if you look at this report here, it's probably cost about £5,000 worth of legal fees to defend it, Mr Dennerley. And if I was going to a tribunal, it would normally be £5,000 and £6,000. So how can an ordinary councillor on a basic salary afford to dig themselves out of a hole?
So I would maybe just come in and say that these are questions for the Standards Commission, who oversee this process, and appreciate that you may have contacted them or that it may not be apparent. You might want to ask if the SLARC committee have looked at that, and if that came out of any of the findings looking at SLARC as to the roles and responsibilities of elected members. But my understanding is it would be for Standards Commission, but I will get Vlad to confirm that if that's correct.
Yeah, these are questions, convener through yourself, for the Standards Commission in terms of any kind of those type of questions that you're asking. It's, the Standards Commission have offered in terms of having those discussions with individual members, and I think that would be the route, because that's not within my particular capacity or ability within my delegations.
Thank you for that. And it's possibly part of a wider debate around, which is not for the agenda today, but perhaps one for future. Councillor Carruthers, your hand is up next, please.
Thanks very much, Convener. So, obviously my circumstances would restrict probably what I would like to say fully, but I think as far as what Councillor Bell's just outlined, so there is indifferences, I would say, an imbalance of power between, it's particularly more so when a chief officer complains against an elected member. So I've got a motion and a briefing note in regards to that, what I share with elected members in regards to a proposal going forward here and after. One small point of procedure before we do so. I've read the most of it, but not at all, but it's quite clear, and you outlined it yourself, about the complaints against Councillor Dennerley. Who was the complainant rather than the respondent?
So is that question directed to myself? The report is before us, and I think it's clear that this is a report from the Standards Commission, and some of these questions aren't necessarily for the Council to answer. We have a statutory duty that we have to publish and report these. But again, I will come to Vlad just to confirm the procedure on this. But my understanding is we have a statutory duty that we legally have to publish this. This has to be before members to note, and it is a noting report. But as I say, I'll turn to Vlad to get that assurance from governance.
Through yourself, Convener, it's all published in the Standards Commission website in terms of the whole process is there.
Thank you. If you have a motion that you wish to bring forward, is it possible to circulate it to Tracy so we can have a look at that? And if you want to propose that just now, we can certainly take that. And if we need a short recess to look at that, we can do so.
Okay, so it's a member's briefing and a note, so probably need at least 15 minutes. But I asked a specific question, so I'm just not sure about the answer. Ask who the complainant was. Is the complainant mentioned within the report? Because I didn't pick up on it.
So I'm not 100% sure if that's in the actual details in the Standards Commission report, and if there's details lacking that you wish to see, again, that's for Standards Commission to answer rather than us here today. So I would perhaps direct that question to the Standards Commission. I'm not seeing any other hands up, but if you would like to propose an amendment.
No, so I'm going to share it. I'll share it with Tracy first. You give me a couple of minutes to send that on, and you'll see it. You'll be able to read it.
I've got Councillor Jordan looking to speak as well, so I'll maybe bring yourself in, Councillor Jordan.
Thank you very much, Convener. I want to ask, obviously Vlad has said that he could be there as a support if a councillor is needing it. But what if an officer of the council has made a complaint or has been the complainant? What support is available for that councillor then, please?
So I would double check back with Vlad, but I think as convener of council, I'm really aware that we are at times in a very vulnerable position as individuals. We are elected as individuals. We have a code of conduct that we sign up to, and that is in effect policed by the Standards Commission. It's not policed by anybody within D&G, and certainly if there's a complaint against a councillor, it is for the Standards Commission to investigate as such. But in terms of that support, again, I will turn to Vlad on see if there is a response that we're able to share. Otherwise, again, it would be directed back to Standards Commission.
Thank you, Convener. I'll probably just refer back to my earlier comment, which is the governance team, including myself within that as monitoring officers, and we've got 2 deputy monitoring officers, can help guide and support members in terms of the code of conduct and guidance around it, and that's very clearly spelled out in both the code of conduct and relevant guidance. We are happy to support in that way, but what we cannot do is represent. We cannot in any shape or form draft. That's for the individual members or any representatives that they wish to have on that regard. And in regards to, my earlier comment, there are other supports that can be available for members, and they only have to ask and we can put those in place.
Thank you for that. So,
sorry,
yep.
Convener, may I come back in?
If you're looking for further clarity, yep.
I am, thank you. It's just that I want to ask how confident the council is that they are offering the best support for councillors. How do they ensure that the processes that they have are actually working? Because I feel that perhaps they're not as supportive as they could be. Thank you.
So what I would say is if you have evidence or you have concerns that they absolutely must and should be raised through the appropriate channels. But what I will do is, again, I'll come to governance to provide you that assurance that we have got those in place. And certainly that assurance has been given verbally twice now, but I will go back to governance to confirm that. But if you have evidence or have concerns that that's not the case, then that must be relayed and reported through the appropriate channels. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Yep. In terms of, again, just going back to, we are limited in terms of what supports we can provide. And that's because it is, I have duties under the monitoring officer role, which is a statutory role, and that's why it's very clear in terms of the Standards Commission as to what we can do and what I can do, and I certainly cannot represent. What we can do is provide other supports, and we can provide guidance around the code of conduct. So just to clarify, we can provide guidance, and I do that as a matter of course with all members, and hopefully all members have received communications from myself in terms of that, and have also had many offers of supports in terms of having that one-to-one with myself in terms of explanation of any of the matters that I've relayed through any of the communications. But we are restricted as to what we can do in terms of representing members. We're not entitled and we cannot represent members in any complaint.
Thank you, Vlad. Again, I hope that provides an answer at least to your question. Councillor Marshall, your hand's up.
Yeah, just a quick question, because we're talking about the front end of the process when, you know, it's the hearing, etc. I'm just asking, is there any duties that the council have after, you know, the decision has been taken, particularly if there's a suspension of a councillor? Is there certain things they have to provide, or as the host council, or is there any duties they have towards the member?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll turn to Vlad just to outline any.
Sorry, could you maybe clarify what you mean, Councillor Marshall? I'm not sure what that meant.
Yeah. What it means is, so say, if you look at this example, councillor's now been suspended, so what support or what contact is made with the individual by the host council? I know the decision is taken by the Standards Commission, but is there certain processes that the council has to do when they have a suspended member?
Okay, through yourself, Convener. I'm not sure I've captured the question, but in terms of just the process where a councillor suspended, they're notified by the Standards Commission, and thereafter they notify ourselves. Within that, we then obviously have to put the right processes in place. But one thing that we try and do from a governance perspective is make sure that they're still cited on anything that they need to be cited, because obviously the suspension will end at some point, and therefore they should be able to access all paperwork, etc. And we have that in place already, and that's something we do.
Yeah, I think that's what I was looking for, Vlad, and it's just if there's a conversation afterwards as well with the member, if he so requires us to, because if it's someone like maybe a new member, they might not be fully aware of what the implications are and what the procedure is once they have to serve that suspension.
Thank you for the comments there. So, members, I'm really conscious that the item that we're discussing, and I see Councillor Hislop wanting to come in as well, is about the written decision of a Standards Commission panel. We're not here to discuss the processes as such, although I appreciate members are asking questions around what those processes are. But the recommendations that we're being asked to look at are to consider and note the findings of a specific report, and it is on that written decision of Standards Commission panel. This is a statutory report that we are obliged to publish as per the guidance. So if we could focus on the actual report, I think that might be helpful. And if we need further guidance around the role of Standards Commission about the roles and responsibilities of elected members, I think that's absolutely something that we can take forward, whether through a members' briefing or some other action. But the actual item we're discussing is that written decision of a Commission's panel hearing. But Councillor Hislop, your hand was up, so I'll come to yourself, please.
Chair, it was a wee bit of information. Do we still have membership of the Councillors Association? There used to be a sort of Scottish-wide Councillors Association. I can remember that I think it was former Councillor Prentice used to be a representative on that. I don't know if it was a budget saving we took years ago or something not to join that. And if so, that might be an option for people to get help. Another thing on this report, just to note the report and move on.
Thank you for that. I'm not aware of a Councillors Association. Obviously, we're the organisation's a member of COSLA, and certainly individual parties may have associations attached to their political parties, but obviously that doesn't help an individual if they're independent. But in terms of that specific organisation, I'll just get Vlad to confirm.
Yeah, thank you. I'll look into that. I'm not aware of it, but I'll look into it.
It was similar to a sort of a union for councillors, and it was national. I'm sure it was Councillor Prentice was a representative on that, but that's going back 10, 15 years maybe.
It's not one I've come across, but we can certainly look into it and bring back, and certainly appreciate your comments of noting and considering and noting the recommendations as they are presented. I'm just, in terms of a motion, I don't know if you wish to propose a motion. Members haven't had sight of it as yet,
so
and we will have to pause.
I've formally sent. I'd rather members see it, and then I can propose it at that time. It's quite lengthy, convener. So you've got to rather share it, take the break, like you're saying, the adjournment. I think it'll take at least 15-20 minutes for a member to consider it, because a briefing note along with it, and then come back to that.
So we need to actually you need to speak to the motion and propose it first, so we can then look and discuss that, because otherwise it's information sharing without any purpose. So if you could propose that, we can then look at that and take the adjournment as necessary.
Thank you, Convener. Council notes. So the motion is Council notes that 1. Complaints on the ethical standards in public life, etc. Scotland Act 2000 may be made against elected members by any person, including officers of the Council and senior or statutory officers. 2. Complaints made by or arising from the actions of chief officers of the Council, including the Chief Executive and Monitoring Officer, carry particular weight and may reasonably be perceived as placing an elected member at a significant procedural and power imbalance. 3. Such complaints may result in investigation by the Ethical Standards Commissioner for Scotland and referral to the Standards Commission for Scotland, with potentially serious consequences for an elected member's reputation, role and ability to represent their constituents. Four. Council further notes that officers and chief officers of the Council have access to professional advice and institutional support through their employment, whereas elected members currently have no equivalent provision for independent legal advice when subject to ethical standards complaints. 5. The principles of natural justice, procedural fairness and the quality of arms require that elected members subject to serious regulatory processes, particularly where the complaint is a senior or statutory officer, should have access to independent advice to properly understand and respond to those processes. 6. Providing access to independent legal advice in such circumstances does not interfere with, prejudice or undermine the independence of the Ethical Standards Commissioner of the Standards Commission for Scotland. Council therefore agrees: A, to establish a policy providing access to independent legal advice for any elected member who becomes the subject of a complaint to the Ethical Standards Commissioner for Scotland, where the complaint is made by or arises directly or indirectly from the actions of an officer or chief officer of the Council, including the Chief Executive and or the Monitoring Officer. B, that such legal advice shall be provided by a solicitor or firm wholly independent of the Council and its existing legal advisors. Be limited to advice on procedural rights, obligations and representation arising from the ethical standards process. Not extend to indemnification against sanctions, fines, suspension or disqualification. Not be used to defend conduct that is ultimately determined to constitute a breach of the Councillor's Code of Conduct. C, that reasonable costs for such advice shall be met by the Council subject to a clearly defined financial cap approved by Council, a mechanism for approval that is independent of any officer who is the complainant or who may be reasonably perceived as having a conflict of interest, appropriate safeguards to ensure transparency, proportionality and compliance with public finance requirements. These to instruct officers to bring forward for approval by Council within a defined timescale a detailed policy setting out eligibility criteria, approval arrangements, conflict management measures, cost controls and reporting requirements. That concludes. So there is a members' briefing note, but I'm not going to rehearse because members get the chance to read that. It puts into context what the motion is for. So it's noting and approving a further report. In simple terms, you've heard me read it out, Convener. So I move that formally. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll certainly ensure that members can get sight of that. Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Bell, are you formally seconding that? Okay. And Councillor Juicy, your hand up. Was that to formally second? Yes, thumbs up. So what I suggest is I need to check the competency, first of all, before we can go into any debate on that, because the item that's been published is very clearly on the written decision of a Standards Commission panel, and if there's recommendations as a result of the panel's decision, then that, but I need to get governance advice on that. So, but rather than having a further debate, I'm going to call a short recess. It's 11 minutes past 2 just now. So if we just take 10 minutes just now, just for me to just do a first check, we may have to pause for a further recess, but I'm going to take 10 minutes just now just to do that first check over in terms of competency. So
Okay,
members, we'll pause the meeting now.
I'll share that with elected members meanwhile.
Okay, so it's been emailed via Tracy already, so thank you. So we'll take a short 10 minutes till 22 minutes past. Thank you. Thank you, members, and thank you, Councillor Crothers, for your amendment or your motion, which was duly seconded. So, having taken advice from governance and as reiterated throughout the debate, the item that we're discussing is on the statutory reporting duties of the Council in terms of the written decision of the Standards Commission panel. I appreciate there's a lot of work and there's a lot of very valid points that you have raised, and there's some clear asks of the Council within that. And obviously, through a number of questions, there was support for, or questions in terms of what those processes were. However, in terms of the report that is before us, the motion that you've proposed is not deemed, in my view, competent, because it's in regards to another process, and it's very clear that the report that we're discussing here today, which is on the published agenda, was in regards to the written decision of the Standards Commission. However, as I said, there are a number of points raised in your motion, and certainly a number of asks of the Council, which is absolutely right and proper that any elected member should be able to ask. And we do have a due process for notices of motions. So what I would suggest is that as an elected member, that is submitted through the due process, and then we as a council can absolutely give consideration to all the points that you've raised and that other members have raised in terms of the questions, and that notice of motion should, in my view, be submitted the same way as every other notice of motion is submitted through the council, and we can take it forward from that point. So just for clarity and just to be very clear, in terms of the motion as presented today, I'm deeming it not competent because there's nothing on the agenda that relates to that, because this item is purely on the Standards Commission panel report. So I hope that explains my rationale as to why I'm not accepting that as competent today. Do you want to come back? Yeah.
No, thanks very much, Convener, for firstly accepting the motion. Secondly, as was presented at the time, for me to speak to that. Secondly, for taking the break to allow members to consider that. And thirdly, I respect what you're saying in regards to your view in regards to its competency. I will take your advice and bring it forward by the way of a notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that, members. So if we move to the report in front of us, the recommendations here are for considering and noting. So are members content to consider and note the report as before us? Thank you, members. So, as previously discussed, as has been mentioned a number of times, in order for members to have all their views heard, I'm going to pause the meeting to allow the team to stop live streaming for the next substantive items, so we can then look at items 9, 11 and 12 going forward. So the first, I'll just pause there just to make sure that we have paused the live streaming. Again, this will be made available for everybody following the pre-election period ending. So item 14 is the notice of motion, so the designation of Stranraer as Oyster Town. And before moving to the detail of the report, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from Economy and Infrastructure Committee so that we may discuss it? Agreed? Thank you, members. So members are asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Andrew Gusty and seconded by Councillor David Ingalls, and the notice of motion is attached at the appendix to the report. So Andrew, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Don't worry, Chair. I could take 10, but I'll only take maybe 1. Chair, I'm happy to bring this motion to the full council today. I think we're at the cusp of becoming something here in Stranraer and redefining ourselves on the map. This is a part of the culture, and the way forward for Stranraer is going to be food and water-based tourism. And I think the designation of the Oyster Town encapsulates that and it adds to the region's economic growth and into the region's offer. We look at Wigton with the Book Town and the success that we've seen there. And I think we can add another pillar to the economic, another economic milestone to the Wigtonshire area. And that would be to name Stranraer the Oyster Town of Scotland. Now, I appreciate that the council cannot do that. I just ask that we be the lever to achieve that, and that we as a council nominate Stranraer as our own Oyster Town for Dumfries and Galloway Council. The importance of it is to celebrate the heritage, it's to celebrate the sustainability of these oysters, it's to celebrate the biodiversity, it's to improve the local connection of the local community to the water. And that, as I say, doesn't end with oysters. We've got a lot of stuff going on with the water sports, and we've got a lot of projects coming forward with the Stranraer Marina and Scamp, for example, and we're hoping to marry the sea and the town together in a way that hasn't been felt before. And I think that we're going to make Stranraer a destination rather than a pass-through, which we traditionally were when the ferry port was here. And I would ask that the council support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Gusty. And Councillor Ingalls, please.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, Stranraer Oyster Festival is a key signature event for the west of the region, and there is an appetite within the organisation to build on its success. So I'm happy to support this motion.
Thank you. Thank you both for your brevity in that, and appreciate the time. But Councillor Hislop, you've got a hand up.
Chair, is this not a kind of dangerous one? Because would that mean to say you don't visit Stranraer when there's not an R in the month?
I wouldn't speak for the members from Stranraer, but I would suggest that they would say that Stranraer is always open, regardless of the month.
Just for the old saying, you don't eat oysters when there's not an R in the month.
Councillor Gusty, do you want to come back in on that one?
Just very briefly, and I thank Councillor Hislop for that observation, but we're talking about year-wide tourism and how do we bring visitors during the winter seasons, and that's where we need to play on our oysters. In the summer you can have plenty to do in Stranraer with our water sports, our hill walking, our cycling, and soon to be George Hotel, hopefully, and other things going on.
Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Pauline Drysdale and then Councillor Dashper, and I've got Councillor Julie Curry.
Thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Juicy. Can I just ask what the different volume of tourism is for the Skiffies versus the Oyster Festival? I'm assuming you've looked into that. I just don't have those figures in front of me. I think it's important. You know, would the Skiffies feel a bit sidelined? That's all. I'm just checking on that. Or does that take place at the same time? Sorry for my ignorance. Thank you, Councillor Juicy.
Councillor Gusty, do you want to come back in?
Yep. So the Skiffies is a 4-yearly project that comes to the town, and it's not guaranteed every 4 years.
Thank you. Councillor Dashper.
Thank you. Yep, no, I think this is a great motion and happy to support it in order to promote Stranraer and its USP, which is Loch Ryan as our leading natural resource. In terms of the recommendations, I see the first one is Council agrees to formally adopt and promote the designation of Stranraer as Dumfries and Galloway's oyster town. So I suppose my question is, from an officer's perspective, what could they do to help enable that? For example, when you drive into Stranraer, could it say, welcome to Stranraer, Dumfries and Galloway's oyster town on the road signs? Is that something that we could perhaps look at if we agree this motion? Thank you.
Thank you. And I have Oliver here, who's here to answer any questions from the council's team. So Oliver, over to you, please.
Thanks, Kavina. I was going to say before this, I think it'd be certainly something that we'd like to run past the South of Scotland Destination Alliance about how you could really sort of get traction on this, because as has been mentioned, it's a great idea and it couldn't come at a better time to look at the wider whole marketing of Stranraer with, as Councillor Justice mentioned, you've got all the big capital projects, these big events, the Oyster Festival, which is a jewel in the crown. So it might be an opportunity to take a bit of time just to speak with them and sort of other stakeholders in the local area to say how we could get real traction, because as someone mentioned, I think if you went in July and you wanted an oyster, you might be a bit stretched to find something that's oyster related in the town, but I suspect the South of Scotland Destination Alliance will have seen this before and say, well, actually you could do this, that and the other on those sort of shoulder months where it's not particularly present. So I think that's an opportunity. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Does that help? Thank you. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Andrew, for this proposal. Many wonderful things come out of Stranraer and Wigtonshire, just a wee bit biased there. But I'm just wondering if there's been any engagement with our local community on this name and branding, because I know Stranraer, the Oyster Festival is a fantastic event and it's internationally attended. But sometimes there can be, and I know it might be hard to believe, but there can be potential concern from local shopkeepers. You can only spend your money in one place. And I know we've not long left the rebranding of Stranraer's Music Town. And, there's a legacy, so I'd be really keen to support it, but wrap round a kind of more robust community engagement programme, just so as we get the buy-in from the local people to progress this, because if there's engagement, communities will own it and feel more positive taking it forward. And you're right about the skiffies. I think they're looking at 3 yearly, so it's being clear about who we are, what we are as a brand, but I think we can only do that with a robust engagement from local people. Is that something that could be looked at?
I'll turn to Oliver on that one, if that's something that council officers can help with.
Thanks, Kavina. That's certainly something we could work with. It's like really well timed as well, because we're obviously for the marina, just as an example, we've got to do a significant marketing approach to that, and I think we need to wrap all these things together in how we sort of brand Stranraer, because it's many things to many people, as it's been quite clear today. So anything that we end up with, I think it'd be really good to have that community buy-in. So yes, thank you, Elena.
Thank you for that. I'm not seeing any other hands up at this point. I would just sort of add my comments on here. Loch Ryan is an incredible destination. We have that deep sea loch, which is unique. All the comments that other members have made are absolutely valid, and I'm liking the fact that we're referencing the Good Food Nation ambitions within the notice of motion. So thank you, Councillor Gusty, for that one. And I think it is important to put on record our thanks to volunteers, because for so long it's very easy to look at the negatives, and actually there's a huge positivity and the amount of positive work that's happening in Stranraer. So let's start looking at it through that positive lens and celebrating, and this starts that journey. So my thanks to the mover and seconder of the notice of motion. But Councillor Ingalls, your hand is up, so I'll come back to yourself as the seconder.
Your comments there, Convener, and wholeheartedly agree with them. It's the biggest oyster festival in Scotland. It's absolutely correct that Dumfries and Galloway Council capitalises on that, and it should be Dumfries and Galloway's oyster town. Thank you.
Thank you. So, members, if we look to the recommendations, we have already withdrawn the delegation from Economy and Infrastructure, and we have considered the notice of motion. So, are we content to agree that before us? Yep, I'm not seeing any dissent. Thank you, members. So if we move on to what is now item 16, which is the notice of motion, the Dumfries and Galloway Burial Ground Strategy. And again, before we move to the detail of the report, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from Economy and Infrastructure Committee so that we may discuss it? Agreed? Thank you, members. So members are asked to consider the notice of motion that was initially proposed by Councillor Jim Dempster and seconded by Councillor Andrew Wood. And the notice of motion is attached to the report. We have Alan Mawson, who is our Interim Head of Facilities, Waste and Neighbourhood Services, and I'm just checking to see if we've got... Nope. Oh, and Carol Brawl is online to assist members with any questions. I'm conscious that Councillor Dempster, you declared an interest in this one, so can I confirm? No?
No, it's item 16, convener.
This is what we're on, item 16.
Well, I thought you were dealing with Councillor Mail and Driver as notice of motion.
No.
I must have been sleeping when you were talking, convener. My apologies.
That's all right. Can I just confirm who's going to propose? So, Councillor Mail, you're going to propose, and just to confirm, Councillor Wood, are you online to second that one?
It's Councillor
Councillor Carruthers, you're going to do it. Perfect. So, Councillor Mail, I'll come to you to propose the notice of motion before us.
Thank you, convener. This notice of motion relates only to pre-purchase layers in cemeteries. Given the terms of the changes to duration and extension of right to burial implemented by the Scottish Government from 1st March onwards, I believe that the Council should review their current policies, terms and conditions and align them to the new Scottish Government burial rights in the interests of fairness and best practice. Members are asked to consider a review of the pre-purchase layer option terms and conditions that were in place prior to the introduction of the new changes to duration and extension to right of burial, introduced on 1st March 2026 by the Scottish Government, and amend the existing pre-March 2026 conditions of sale where members feel appropriate to reflect the current thinking of the Scottish Government in terms of duration rules and local authority responsibilities. I commend this motion. Convener.
Thank you. And Councillor Carruthers, would you like to second, please?
So, on behalf of Councillor Wood, I would happy to second that. Thank you.
Thank you for that, both of you. I will open up to any questions or comments from members. I don't see any. I would ask myself, just if I may, in terms of the notice of motion, and I appreciate, Councillor Mail, that you've stepped up in this, but the motion is calling for a review, but also to agree. So is the expectation that the review looks at how that agreement can align? Is that what the expectation is within the notice of motion? I'm just to confirm, because if we're going to review, are you waiting for the results of that review before agreeing? And it's just to get clarity, because we wouldn't normally agree something and then review it, if that makes sense. Sorry, can you put your mic on so I can hear?
I don't have the fullest of information, Chair. I was given the motion in a hurry. I suspect that would be the way forward.
Councillor Carruthers, you maybe perhaps want to come in on this one.
I am, thanks very much, convener. Just to echo the sentiments really of what Councillor Mail. So we've stood in last minute, 11th hour. So I would imagine there's mechanisms in place where you could gain that information retrospectively to this, which wouldn't cloud the decision that's made today. Thank you.
I appreciate that. So, no, thank you both. So, members are being asked to agree. I will just come in and check with Alan if you've got any comments on that as well, please.
Thank you, convener. I've got Nicola Simpson on the call. I'll probably push there for a minute, but I think just for, based on the stand-ins for the motion, just to bring members' attention to some of the legalities around about the committee paper that's in there around about the challenges that this motion would set up for the council. But I'll push to Nicola just in case she's got some more detail that may be worthwhile us and for members' consideration. Thank you, convener.
Thank you. Apologies, Nicola, for not bringing you in earlier.
Thank you, Convener. Just a few points I would make regarding this motion. The new legislation is effective from the 1st of March 2026, as has been stated, and it's not retrospective. So people who purchased layers prior to that date agreed to the previous terms and conditions, and the council cannot change these without consultation with those people. So this would require 662 people to be contacted, and they would need to confirm in writing which scheme they wanted. It would be highly unlikely that they would all agree with one course of action or another, and I think the process would perhaps confuse many people. Ongoing monitoring and understanding of what individuals want would be required, and following the legislation as it's set out is cleaner and more easily managed going forward. So that's just a sort of a summary of the points that have been made within the report, just for clarification for members. And if there's any further questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. That is helpful. Councillor Carruthers, please.
I suppose the reassurance I'll be looking at the second of the motion, talking about the 11th hour as I did, but from yourself, Nicola, in particular, is that on any conflict, in legal terms, that you can foresee in regards to the decision if we agree this as per outlined within the motion that's been presented?
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. The legal advice is that's included in the report, that every individual who's pre-purchased would have to be contacted to advise them of this potential change. We couldn't change anything because we're not able to negate the contractual rights of any scheme user. And that's been the advice that we've received from legal services, that this contact to individuals would have to be made to determine a way forward.
Thank you. I've got Vlad, who's looking to come in with some additional comments in terms of the legal advice. So, Vlad?
Yes, thank you. It's a good question. And in terms of any contract, it takes consensus. So you need to have that consensus within. So it's not just consultation with those that it impacts. It's actually beyond that. It's actually getting their agreement to new terms and conditions. So they would need to agree to those new terms and conditions. And if they don't agree to those new terms and conditions, they remain on the previous terms.
Did you want to come back on that one, Councillor?
So there's a potential conflict, is what I would say, in regards to the new purchasers coming forward. But it sounds like if that agreement's in place with the new purchasers of the layers, if that's hard and fast, but this is a potential conflict with the existing, try to marry theirs up. If there's a separation between the two, if that's the case, then I'd be content to support this. And if for some reason the existing users aren't able to agree to the new terms and conditions that may or may not benefit them, I'd still be happy. So if there's nothing legal to stop us agreeing this, I think the conflict is there only in as far as it may well be bureaucratic and difficult for the council to resource it, but beyond that, I think legally it's a straightforward motion. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. I think, back to my initial point, and I appreciate Councillor McGregor's wanting to come in, the motion's asking us to review the existing layered purchases, and I think absolutely we will. It's within our gift to do that review. My concern is about agreeing to align something before we've done the review, which is why I was looking for that clarity really. But that's not to take away any of the intent of the motion. It's just to ensure we don't put the horse before the cart, I think it's a phrase there. But Councillor McGregor, I'll bring you in. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. And I think you've probably taken the words out of my mouth. My reading of this is that it's very clear that the mover of the motion wants us to conduct a review and revise where necessary an outdated policy that we have. And then thereafter, once we've reviewed and potentially agreed by members in brackets, revised that policy in line with the new Scottish Government guidance, then that would become our policy. So, I don't think that we're agreeing to any specifics today. We're agreeing to a review of an outdated policy for it to come back to members and be revised by members. But that's maybe just my reading of it.
I think I've got a similar reading of that. So, I would just maybe check in with Alan and Nicola, and I'm seeing nods on there, and just double check in terms of the legal aspect of that.
Thank you, Convener. It can be interpreted as members are interpreting it, and that's ultimately your interpretation of it. So, and as long as members are clear that that's what is intended, then there's no issue in terms of as it sits. And it's quite clear, I think, from the comments so far, including the mover and seconder, that it's intended to be a review to then come back with your further detail on that and how that would be progressed.
Thank you for that. So I'll just check with the original mover and the seconder if they're content with that, and that if members all have that understanding of what we're agreeing today, and if we are, we can then agree the notice of motion as in our papers. But I'll just check with the proposer and seconder, and I'm seeing nods, but
Agreed.
Yep. In particular, now, but it's coming back, so any potential changes that can be made at that point. Happy with that, Convener. Thank you.
Thank you, members. So we have already looked to agree the withdrawal of delegation, and certainly we are noting the concerns within the report. So I'll read it out in full so we're correct. So, 2, subject to the decision at 2.1, which we agreed to withdraw delegation, note the areas of concerns in paragraph 4.4, 4.5 and 4.6 expressed in both the neighbourhood and legal services, of which we have had an explanation of as well. And 3, consider the terms of notice of motion. So if members are content to agree that, we can do that. Yes? Thank you, members. Item 17 is the notice of motion, and we'll just pause there if Councillor Dempster is coming back in on this one. There we are. Thank you. So, notice of motion, and I'll just give I'll talk slowly at this one, is the Cameron Monument in Sanquhar. And again, before moving to the details of the report, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from Economy and Infrastructure Committee so that we can discuss it? Agreed? Thank you, members. So we're being asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Jim Dempster and seconded by Councillor Andrew Wood, and the notice of motion is attached in the appendix to the report. And again, we have got Nicola Simpson here, and we have Colin Freeman. I'm just checking if we've got Colin online. He is online. Yes, I see you there, Colin. Thank you. So our Principal Estate and Asset Manager, who is also able to assist members with any questions. So the floor is yours, Councillor Dempster. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Convener, and thanks for taking this notice of motion today. Just a brief mention of the recent months. We've had significant disturbance on Sanquhar High Street with Spen digging up the whole of the A76 along the commercial length of Sanquhar High Street, traffic suspension for 6 weeks in terms of parking, loading and unloading in order to deliver a levelling up fund project which is being introduced into Sanquhar. So I'm delighted to report that that's just about completed, and that and I'm just advising you about the roadworks because we are due to have another application to close the A76 again, this time for another 6 weeks. And again, something I'm really pleased to report, it's to repair the Sanquhar Toll Booth Museum, which is a council project. And the Cameron Monument is situated 500 metres away from the toll booth. So it would be really useful if members agree that the council should adopt the monument, for want of a better word, and carry out this work, that the works are carried out at the same time, which is why I've asked for the motion to be heard today, because the road closure for museum will be in the summer sometime, and we would need to apply for listed building consent, and because of the height of the monument, install a scaffold to clean it. So it would take a considerable length of time to arrange that, but it would be useful if it could fall in at the same time. At this point, I would want to say thanks, and a special thanks to Customer Services Manager Ailsa Freeman, and especially Heritage Officer Anne Rinaldi, who helped me do some significant research into the history of the Sanker Monument. And I would also like to thank Colin Freeman, who's here, for his report. It's very fair and balanced, and it comes to the same conclusion that I came to. You can't find out who actually owns the museum. I spent hours in the library reading joined up writing in Sanker Town Council minutes for 1859 to 1864. But anyway, on to Colin's report. There's only two matters I would want to bring your attention to, and in their own way they're trivial, because I'm pleased that Colin has suggested that on balance we should actually take ownership of this. And he doesn't actually say that in the minute, but or his report, but that's the sort of inference I take from it. In 4.1 it says it was it was located directly adjacent to the A76. Well, it wasn't. It was on the A76. It protruded onto the road. It was like a bollard stuck in the middle of the road. And there were members of the public actually standing in the middle of the A76 acting as a roundabout trying to read the writing on the monument, because when it was installed in 1864 it was facing onto the road. And you'll see by the notice of the motion that that's no really acceptable in today's life or today's road standards. So only two things I want to bring to your attention on 4.2 page 25 of the report. It says in 2006 Royal Borough of Sanker District Community Council moved the monument back from the carriageway during major roadworks. If I can read you just a note from the, and I made reference to this when I said I did the statement of connection. The minute of the meeting of Sanker Community Council on the 16th of March 2006, Councillor Dempster has consulted with the Scottish Executive, who have agreed to the monument being moved and also to contribute a nominal amount towards the cost of the move. The Community Council will take the lead role in this move, with Dumfries and Galloway Council taking responsibility for public liability insurance and the actual physical moving of the monument. And then I went back to the Community Council on the 16th of November to report that the final account for the movement of the monument has been received, for which is to be equally split between the Scottish Executive and the Sanker Common Good Fund. And for those of you that weren't in the council in 2006, Sanker Common Good couldn't spend the money. It was a decision of the Ministerial Area Committee to spend that money. So who moved the monument was the Scottish Executive and the Dumfries and Galloway Council. The Community Council only communicated and managed the move. So having said that, I am pleased with the report that Colin Freeman has provided. I'm pleased with the support I got from officers and staff. And I would commend to you members that, given the information provided in the document, that it would be fair and reasonable for the council to decide to take ownership of this monument and instruct cleaning at an early juncture.
Thank you. You were slightly over there, but I'm glad you managed to finish that.
My apologies.
So, thank you. Just in terms of formal seconder, is it yourself, Councillor Carruthers, that's going to formally second?
Happy to second again on behalf of Councillor Wood, so I would do that. And I've probably got a question when it comes to 2.3 when we get to that stage. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's been formally proposed and seconded, so I will open it up to questions. I've got Councillor McGregor and Councillor Hislop, and I'll come to yourself as well.
Thanks very much, Convener. Yeah, I'm a bit of a history buff and I love looking into these things, and I didn't know an awful lot about this monument prior to you bringing forward the motion, and I wholeheartedly support it. But I want to know what was in the time capsule.
If I can, it was a disaster, Convener. There was in the time capsule a detailed report on how the installation of the time capsule, the installation of the monument came about, and a number of artefacts included within it. David Lockwood, and he's not here to speak for himself, the museum's manager, was involved when the time capsule was retrieved. It was a glass capsule, it was broken, and the contents were more or less destroyed. What was retrieved was listed. I have a list in my possession that I could share with members if they want it, and they are now on display in Sankar Tollbooth Museum. What was retrieved, unfortunately, the written record of the event was lost because the time capsule had been broken, and I can only assume with the vibrations with large vehicles over 100 and odd years that happened. But it wasn't a recent break, it was a long time before we retrieved the capsule. And unfortunately, nothing any consequence could be retrieved.
Thank you. It sounds like a visit to the museum is in order for that one, so thank you. Councillor Hislop and then Councillor Carruthers, and I'll bring Alan in as well in terms of Council's response.
In light of the fact that Nithsdale Area Committee, in their role as the guardians of the Sankar Common Good at that time, took that decision, will this monument then be recorded as an asset of the common good? I think we should maybe fix it just now, and then if that's able to be recorded, if the ground is common good ground, then we put it in there, and in future we know it's part of the common good because you're meant to record all your assets and stuff. I have no problem with having it fixed up through council funds, and then if it's part of the common good, let's record it as that.
I'm seeing the mover of the motion, who I think got expert knowledge on this, but Jim, do you want to come back in?
Thanks, Convener, and I'm grateful for Councillor Hislop again. I think because we can't prove that it was installed by Town Council, it doesn't automatically become part of the common good. But I'd be more than pleased if it were placed within the record of common good assets. It's a rate. Well, we all, no matter where in the region we live, we take great pride in what our assets are. So if it can be placed on record as being part of the common good, I'd be delighted to have that recorded and approved, Convener. But there's no evidence to say that in the officer's report.
Thank you for that, and I'm just getting confirmation from governance that no, exactly as you've said, because it can't be proven, it would be difficult to put it under the common good. But at this point, I'm being told at this point. So thank you for that. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Convener, and maybe for yourself, Jim, as well. This probably, so it's a kind of open legal question, I think, but so Councillor Dempster, as the mover's already said, listen, it's kind of imminent that we need to get this done at the same time as a road closure on A76, which does take a lot of time, processes and so on and so forth. If that's the case, 2.3 refers to paragraph 4.7, contained within 4.7. It talks about a further report coming back. That could actually capture the common good bit as well to the economy infrastructure. It could pick up on that point, but does it conflict with the timelines that's agreed with the road closure? If it does that need to be considered today or not? So that's what I'm thinking. The decision we're making at 2.3, does that conflict with the road closure in real terms, but I've added extra information there? Because if it does, maybe we should consider it, and if it can be expedited and we can do that today, let's just do it and make sure it happens.
Is it 4.3 rather than 2.3 you're referring to, just to confirm? Because there's not a 2.3 in the report.
All right, I'm at the wrong bit. Sorry, so it is. No, that is, sorry. No, just leave it, I'll come back to that. Sorry, I've picked it up completely wrong.
So I'll maybe
Sorry, I'll come back. Give me a second.
No problem. I'll maybe come to Alan. It was remiss of me not to come to you before, just to see if there was anything you wanted to add. But Alan, I'll come to yourself, and then I see we've got Councillor Marshall looking to come in after.
Thanks, Convener. It was just for members to note just a slight error within the paper at item 6. Implications and risk in the area of financial. It states any future responsibility for the upkeep of the monument will not be budgeted for and create a budget pressure. It's just for noting that actually any funding attributed to the monument at all would have to come out of the public realm funding, which is not budgeted for, and we would have to move some priorities within that budget realm capital budget to then undertake any works attributed to that. So just that slight change on text. Thanks, Convener. Any other questions? Just happy to go straight to Colin Freeman. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Marshall, I'll come to yourself, please.
Yeah, just a quick comment. Chair. Just happy to support this motion, just on the proviso it doesn't set a precedent, because I can imagine in decades to come, the council might be debating the movement of the Councillor Dempster statue from Sanker to Kirkconnell.
I think comments noted on that one, so thank you. Councillor Carruthers, were you looking to come back in before we move
if
to
that's
the
okay, so my mistake
recommendations?
there was as at the end of page 30, and I flicked my eyes down and looked at 2.3 there, so there was a conflict. That's where I picked that up from. But I suppose the point still stands. I'm reading that. I should have went back to the beginning of the report rather than looked at the next report. And it did say it. So anyways, the point I was trying to make, does it, I maybe not read this report in full, but the point you were making, Councillor Dempster, as the mover, was that it needs to be expedited and any works required here need to be done at the same time as the road closure. I just want, does that work with this? If this motion is agreed today, which looks like it's going to be, does it work? Will it be able to comply with those timelines?
I'll maybe turn to officers of whether it's Colin or yourself, Alan. I'll come to yourself, Colin. Oh, your camera's on there.
Thank you, Convener. As I understand it, there is a briefing being issued to members tomorrow in terms of the road closure and the timing of it. And I think the timing is very dependent on information from other agencies as well.
So I'll thank you for that, Colin. Obviously, we maybe have some uncertainty around that one, but Councillor Dempster, do you want to come back in?
Thank you, Convener. And I haven't read the actual words in my motion, but I'm sure it said, if possible by officer. It wasn't so much a demand as saying if it could be carried out at the same time, because recognising that there will be an application. Well, there it is. What I've written to finish up my preamble, Convener, is recognising that listed building consent may be required before the cleaning of Cameron Monument in Sanker can commence. We request that every effort is made by council officers to tie in the cleaning of the Cameron Monument with the scheduled A76 road closure, which should take place in June or July, to facilitate repair works being carried out in Sanker Tolby Museum in order that both projects might be completed at the same time. So I'm not tying officers down with my request. I'm simply saying if possible, and if it can't be done within that time scale, then it'll be whenever officers can manage it. That'd be my hope, and hope members would support that.
Thank you for that. Karen, do you want to come in? Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. I just thought it would be helpful. So Colin Freeman was absolutely right. So there's a briefing coming out to all members tomorrow in relation to the A76 closure. Now, I don't have the specific date in front of me, but from my memory, that is towards the end of May that closure would take place in order to do the works to the toll booth, which is, you know, a positive news story, but we're keen to get that information out early. As I say, that'll be sent out to members tomorrow, but my suggestion would be that would be too tight a time scale in order to go through the permissions required in order to do any work on the monument. Thank you.
I'm content with that, Convener. You don't need to come back to me.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that's us maybe given due consideration here. So if members are content, we can move on to the recommendations. So having previously agreed to withdraw the delegation, are we content to consider and agree the notice of motion as outlined in the appendix? Agreed? Thank you, members. I'm conscious we have been going, so I'm just going to suggest a 5-minute comfort break, just so members can stretch their legs for 5 minutes. It's 15:39. If we're happy to come back at 15:45, just a 5-minute comfort break, just to draw breath. Thanks, members. Thank you, members. So if we can move to item 18, the notice of motion, if everyone can come back. Thank you very much, folks. Item 18 is the notice of motion, school meals. And again, before moving to the detail of the report, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from Economy and Infrastructure Committee so that we may discuss it? Are members content to agree? Thank you. So we're being asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Caroline Wilson and seconded by Councillor Paula Stevenson. And the notice of motion is attached at the appendix to the report. I also have Alan Mawson still here with us, and Nicola Simpson are available to assist members with any questions. So I will first of all come to Caroline to propose the notice of motion.
Thank you, Convener. We all recognise the importance of high-quality school meals in supporting children's health, well-being and their ability to learn. For many young people, the meal they receive in school is the most nutritious meal of their day, and that places a clear responsibility on us. Recently, I've had parents raise concerns about inconsistent portion sizes and the quality of some of the school meals. This was also highlighted by our youth councillors at the recent joint full council meeting. Some of the feedback I've received has been positive, and I have previously shared that at committee, but what is clear is that the experience is inconsistent. So I think engaging directly with pupils, parents, catering staff and school staff would help us understand where these inconsistencies are and how we can improve them. Concerns have also been raised about nutritional balance and about how well dietary and allergy needs are being accommodated. This includes how we cater for children who are neurodiverse and may have very specific sensory or dietary requirements. None of these issues reflect our hard-working catering staff. They do an excellent job under often what I imagine to be challenging circumstances. So this motion simply calls for a full review of the school meals service, looking at menus, nutritional standards, procurement, portion guidance and the consistency of delivery across schools, and it also strengthens training for staff, particularly around nutrition, allergies, medical dietary needs and safe food handling. Importantly, it asks for a standardised authority-wide allergy policy. That clarity is essential for staff, for schools and for parents. And given that the council recently paid out £30,000 in compensation after a child was given food numerous times or allergic to it, it's right that we do everything possible to prevent such incidents from happening again. And I would be interested to know whether there have been other occasions where compensation has been paid and where those costs sit within the council's budget and how this is reported to members. So I think this motion is about supporting our staff, safeguarding our children and ensuring that every school delivers a consistent, safe, nutritious meal service. So, and with that, I'll move my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll come to Councillor Stevenson to second, please.
Yep, happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you, members. So I'm just noting that there was a question within your proposal there, Councillor Wilson. So I'll maybe come to Alan, please, to maybe respond to that one. And if there's any questions, I'll look for members' hands up.
Thank you, Convener. If I could just ask for clarity in the question, Councillor Wilson, just for make some comment. Thank you.
I've got new glasses. Sorry, I'm going to have to zoom in again. So, sorry.
Was this in relation to compensation and if there had been any other claims?
Yeah, I was really asking if there had been other instances where that had happened, where those costs sit within the council's budget and how it's reported to members. If that's okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. So I'll answer that point first, and I'll cover something else. So as far as I'm aware, I'm not aware where them costs actually sit, and I'm absolutely not aware of any other compensations that have been relating to special diets. Without getting into too much detail, I can offer that we do have a special diet policy, plan that's in place at the moment. However, we can we can bring that back to members when we come back for council. So just to add a couple of points, if I can, convene on top of that, just to make note, there's an error within the paper around about Councillor Stevenson's name at the beginning, so I'm making Pauline instead of Paula at the beginning of that, so apologies for that. And secondly, if I could just add to the view of the motion before we go to questions, is that officers welcome this motion and the opportunity to come back to committee to showcase all the good work the service does that has been recognised as one of the top performing and innovative school meal services in the country. And the team welcome the opportunity to do that. So happy to go to questions. Convener, thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll maybe just turn to Vlad in regards to the legal aspect and costs, etc. So Vlad, I'll come to yourself, please.
Thank you, Convener. It's just to say that we're happy to look into it. I'm not aware of it coming through the legal services as such, so I suspect that this might be an insurance type claim that might have come in. But we're happy to look into that and come back to members.
Thank you both. So I've got Councillor Lowe, Councillor Hislop and Councillor McGregor, and then Councillor Little, please. Councillor Lowe.
Lovely, thank you and good afternoon. I'm just wondering what evidence we've got. I mean, given that there are often, one or two complaints that we may get, do we actually know how many complaints go to maybe the schools themselves that are just dealt with on the spot or come through to the authority to be dealt with? Because without the evidence of the sort of level of possible problems, when all I seem to get actually is really good positive comments, I just wonder what the scale of the comments are from parents that we need to address.
Thank you for that. So I'll maybe turn to Alan to ask how that's monitored and where we get that information from.
Thank you, Convener. So we've got the formal complaints procedure. It's worth noting that the school meal service produces in the region of 3.2 million meals a year. And last year it picked up no more than 12 complaints through the formal complaints procedure. We've also do customer surveys, and we've done 2 in the last 3 years. And we've got one plan with the new comms team and the marketing team that one will be going out very soon, which will significantly contribute to the review when we come back to committee on that detail. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And can I just ask a supplementary on Councillor Lowe's point? Does that routinely come back to committee for members? Because I think the question was, how can members get oversight of that?
Yeah, so that specific detail as far as formal complaints doesn't come back through the annual performance report that we provided to education. Up to last year, we did an annual performance report every November or December, but we can certainly include that moving forward.
No, thank you, but I mean 2 out of 3.2 million I think is a pretty great record, but appreciate there's experience on the ground there too. Councillor Hislop, please.
Question for Mr Mawson with regard to procurement of foods that are allergy free, etc. It's become more noticeable, the wife does it, not me so much, in our tea room, that you get may contains in everything. Do you find it difficult to actually source, say, like a gluten-free product because it's maybe been made in a factory that handles gluten? I know if you take simple one, lentil soup, we get 2 bags, one from one supplier, one from the other. One's may contain, one's gluten-free, and we have to watch which one we get. So do you have the similar problems, and is it quite easy to actually make sure that you can keep them separate on premise when you're making them up?
Thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Hislop. So yeah, it's somebody that's involved in that trade for yourself, and it's challenging running with suppliers. Luckily, the strategy that we've got in place for the school meals purchasing, the naturally D&G, allows us to use multiple suppliers rather than just one route, and that's really been significant round about allergen control, and that allows us to tap into local suppliers as well as other externals from that as well. What I can say is that we've got a dedicated nutritionalist, qualified nutritionalist within the service, and we've procured that and had that for a few years. It's built up our special diet policy. And from that, we do training within the schools around about allergen awareness. It's statutory within the schools as well. And there's segregated areas and a whole lot of process in place in each of the schools. It's worth noting, I think, within the report, if memory serves me right, it's over 400 children that we've got with that special diet, and it's been exponentially grown, as I'm sure anybody is aware, on that area that we've got. And we've improved and the training that we've got within the schools to do that. However, and we do keep segregation of special diet produce within there where we have the capacity to do that. So hopefully that answers most of your questions. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Councillor McGregor, please.
Thank you, Convener, and I very much welcome the motion, and I think it's a thing that we do need to continually review anyway. Power of work to the department, who do a tremendous amount of work. I think we started this in 2008 when I was Vice Chair of Education at the time, and the bill has changed and the nutritional requirements have changed over the years. But I think we've now got into having a better awareness of where kids have allergies and intolerances. Certainly my 28-year-old daughter turns out to be lactose intolerant. I've been feeding her milk since she was born, and it's only in adulthood, but I think we're much more aware that kids do have quite severe intolerances. So I very much welcome the review. I'm not going to preempt or put anything into what I think the review should contain, but I look forward to seeing it coming back to committee.
Thank you for those comments. I don't know, Alan, if you want to come back on any of that, but helpful comments. Thank you. Councillor Little, please.
I'd forgotten I'd put my hand up. No, thank you. No, I welcome this as well. I just was looking through all my emails, etc., all things from past councils, and realised it was 2022 when I brought forward the suggestions when we had a report to committee regarding the low uptake at the time of our school meals, and I brought back information about the fact that about 25% of our young people are plant-based, and we weren't offering plant-based meals. So that's 2022. I've looked at the menus, and the menus do look great in lots of ways, and please, this is not a criticism, it's just about adding stuff. Can we make sure when we do the review and whatever the outcome is that we do have sufficient plant-based in there? A lot of our young people are plant-based. So that was just to ask for that consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan? Yep, I'm seeing nods that will be included, so no, that's helpful. Councillor Young, I'll bring you in, please.
Hi, Alan. I'd like to congratulate you and your team on consistently producing very high standard meals for the schools. I have a wee concern that in about 4 years' time, you'll not have your base at Cargan Tower. Are plans being made to relocate at the moment, or are you looking for solutions of where to base your department? Thank you, Alan.
Through yourself, Convener. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Young. So that's in relation to the central stores, which is just worth noting, the only authority in Scotland that actually has that central stores that supports our local suppliers, and we have had conversations regarding when we lose that site, where that will go. There's other departments in there under the same discussion, but I think for ourselves it's imperative that the retention of that is continued with regard to the approximate purchase of local supplies that can't go around the region. Somewhere in the region of 56% of our supplies go through there for local suppliers that are classed as local and support the local economy.
Thank you for that one. I've got one question that I just wanted to ask, and again, like others, I really welcome this. My son has free school meals, and they were great. He really enjoyed his free school meals. And one of the bits of legislation I'm really excited about is Good Food Nation. We've referenced it in other items as well, and I'm assuming that any review will encapsulate any recommendations from that going forward as well. Is that correct?
Yes, Convener, through yourself, that's correct. It's worth noting that we had Professor Mary Brennan, who came down and looked at Dumfries and Galloway classed as best practice regarding that Good Food Nation, our local supplies, and as mentioned, the central stores unit that runs at Cargan Towers, and that has been part of the embedment of the Good Food Nation, and absolutely we'll be following through the good practice and attributing that to that policy. Thank you.
Thank you, members. So I'm not seeing anybody else. Did you want to come back in, Councillor Wilson, as a proposer of the original notice of motion?
Yes, yeah, it was just a tiny little comment. just to say that my own wee girls actually think their school meals are wonderful. So it isn't, I'm not, like, I would like to say thank you, like, we do have a really good facilities team. So just to make that clear, my motion wasn't intended to criticise anybody, because my own children very much enjoy their school meals. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Again, just to echo Councillor Wilson's comments, I know my own daughter, when the dinner ladies moved on, was very, very upset, as was the whole entire school. So they really do form a really strong part of our school team. So they do. And we talked about the safeguarding of children, but as somebody, you know, as well, who's worked in hospitality before, there's a huge amount of pressure these days to put on people when they're asked, you know, is this celiac safe? Is it, you know, does this contain X, Y, and Z? And sometimes you're not confident enough to give an answer. So it's about safeguarding staff as much as it is the pupils. You know, in just some of the conversation today, if that was a council-wide allergy policy, I tried looking for our policy online and it's not there. We don't have one. It's just contact the individual school, and it would actually help in the uptake of school meals, because in actual fact the parents would be able to see it before they send their kid there, and it would give them a lot more confidence to send our children to school and participate in school meals. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and thank you to all the members. So I think Alan's been taking notes that those really positive comments can be fed directly back to the teams on the ground, right down to the schools. I think it's absolutely imperative that, yeah, everybody hears exactly, you know, the really positive work that's been done and how much it's appreciated. So thank you very much. So members, if we're happy to move to the recommendations, we've already agreed to withdraw delegation. Recommendation 2 is to consider the terms of the notice of motion as proposed and seconded by Councillor Wilson and Councillor Stevenson. And the third recommendation there is to agree to a facility services presenting a rounded detailed report to a future Economy and Infrastructure Committee later in 2026 for consideration as detailed at 4.7. So are members happy to agree? Well, we've agreed 1, but also 3 and consider the 2. Yes? Thank you, members. So I'm just, as agreed earlier in the process today, before we move on to item 15, I'm just going to pause the meeting to allow the live stream to stop. So if we just pause for 1 moment. 2 seconds it was, so there we are. So let's move to item 19, which is the moving and seconding of minutes. So the first one I've got on my list is Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee of the 12th of February 26.
Happy to move.
Thank you.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Civic Government Licensing Panel on the 9th of December 25.
Happy to move, convener.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Civic Government Licensing Panel of the 27th of January 26.
Happy to move. Happy to second.
Civic Government Licensing Panel of the 10th of March 26.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Climate, Environment and Biodiversity Subcommittee of the 21st of January.
Happy to move.
Second.
Employment and Appeals Subcommittee of the 16th of December.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Employment and Appeals Subcommittee of the 24th of February 26.
Even happier to move.
Okay, even happier to second.
And the Harbours Subcommittee of the 2nd of December.
Move.
I'm happy to second that one. Local Review Body of the 22nd of January 2026.
Happy to move.
Seconded.
Pensions Subcommittee of the 3rd of March 2026.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Planning Applications Committee 25th of February 2026.
Happy to move, Chair. Happy to second.
Police, Fire and Rescue Subcommittee on the 2nd of December 2025.
Happy to move. Second.
Tackling Poverty and Inequalities and Housing Subcommittee of the 5th of March 2026.
Happy to move.
Happy to move.
We've got 2 there. And finally, the Whithorn and Wigton Common Good Fund Subcommittee of the 4th of March 2026.
Happy to move.
And I'm happy to second that final one. So thank you, members. Item 20 is any other business deemed urgent by the Chair due to a need for a decision, and you'll be delighted to know that I have no urgent items requiring a decision. So thank you everyone for your patience and contributions today, and I close the meeting. Thank you.
Well done, convener.
Well done, convener. Thank you.